Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Africa Data Security Conclave of 2024, which is the 5th edition that we are hosting. It is proudly sponsored by Adsc Technologies Limited. Associate sponsors are SAC Professional Services Limited, 21 Search, Adsc Global Logistics, and the NDP Academy. This conclave came as a result of we being thought leaders in data security atmosphere in Nigeria and Africa in general. Hence, we have these conversations yearly so that people can go back and try to reform and inform their own communities. Yesterday, we had the first 2 sessions that discussed digital vulnerabilities on minors and digitally vulnerable literate persons, and today, and also human and systemic vulnerabilities in organizations. Today, we'll be having the final 2 sessions. The first one is about mitigating systemic errors, and the 4th one is about regulatory framework that can be adopted to help with digital vulnerabilities across Africa. Yesterday's recording is available on our YouTube page, and I will put the link in the chat box for those that missed yesterday's session, so you can catch up with it even after this. Also, today's recording will be available by tomorrow morning on the same YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Olatoyo Oladeji. I am your host for today. Thank you very much for joining this session. Moving on quickly into the business of the day, we're having our 3rd panel for the Africa Data Security Conclave. And our moderator, Oise Ahibi, is here with us. Oise is a Senior Associate for Cybersecurity and Associated Services at Adsc Technologies Limited. He will be moderating this event and introducing the panelists as they come on. Thank you very much, everybody, and we are glad to have you here.
Okay. Thank you, Torera. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this session. And for this session, we'll be talking about mitigating systemic vulnerability and enhancing digital resilience. We'll have a couple of panelists on the session that will be discussing various talking points during the course of the session. Now, for a brief overview, mitigating systemic vulnerabilities actually involves identifying and addressing weaknesses in a system that could be exploited by attackers. Now, this can be, it can be compared to maybe securing a building from potential break-ins, all right? So just like you would want to, strengthen the locks on your doors and your windows, to prevent unauthorized access. In the digital world, you might implement security measures such as firewalls, encryptions, and multi-factor authentication to protect against cyber threats. Now, enhancing digital resilience, on the other hand, is just all about using that same building as an example. You want to build the capacity to withstand and quickly recover from attacks. Now, in this case, we're talking about cyber attacks, all right, or any other form of disruptions. So it's like having a backup generator in your building in case of a power outage, all right? You want to be able to keep your essential services running, even when faced with challenges. Now, we don't necessarily mean you have to be 100% running at that time, but at least you should have some level of operations ongoing even after there's an attack, all right? Now, digital resilience could involve creating regular data backups, developing incident response plans, and conducting security training for employees and staff. And then you also want to ensure that they know how to respond effectively in case of any cyber incidents. Now, by taking steps to mitigate systemic vulnerabilities and enhance digital resilience, organizations can better prepare themselves against cyber threats and also ensure the continuity of their operations in the face of any potential disruption. Remember, just as you would continuously update your home security measures to stay ahead of burglars, it's also essential to regularly review and improve your cybersecurity practices to stay ahead of cyber attackers. Now, having given this overview, I would like to introduce our panelists for this session. And I'm starting with, so I'll be starting with Uche Onyenkpe. Uche Onyenkpe is a seasoned cybersecurity professional currently serving as a security operational specialist at Century Logic, where he oversees security events monitoring, managed detection, and vulnerability management for global clients. He has over 20 years of experience in the IT and cybersecurity industry, and he brings a deep expertise to digital security operations. In addition to his role at Century Logic, Uche is also the co-founder of Tech-Eccentric Consulting, which is a dynamic firm offering innovative solutions in AI, cybersecurity, and DevOps. Through Curate HQ, which is a brand under Tech-Eccentric, Uche leads training and mentorship programs aimed at equipping individuals with the skills required to thrive in cybersecurity, DevOps, and data analytics. His commitment to nurturing the next generation of tech professionals is reflected in Curate's job guarantee programs, which offer career paths for aspiring technologists across Africa. Uche is passionate about fostering digital security awareness and driving innovation in both his corporate and entrepreneurial endeavors. Next, we have Rock Adote. Okay, right here on the call as well, we have Olatunji Igbalajobi. Olatunji Igbalajobi is a distinguished, seasoned, informed information and cybersecurity leader with a global industry experience in technology, information security, data privacy, and enterprise risk management, and also reports information on business risk and services. Oh, and also reports information on business risks and services needed to manage business risks to company boards and businesses and engineering leaders. A cybersecurity leader at Centric Gateway, now Cebit Technology Limited, and Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, and successfully embedded security at Unicorn Tech startup in Nigeria. Igbalajobi Olatunji is a sought-after speaker and panelist at security and compliance conferences in Nigeria. Olatunji's insights have been featured in prominent national broadcasting stations in Nigeria and abroad. As the founder of Cybercode Limited and the current Chief Information Security Officer at Cebit, a leading fintech organization driving innovation and products in Africa, Olatunji supervises all security-related programs across Nigeria, Ghana, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda for seamless approach to payment products and solutions. Olatunji, whose qualifications include a degree in applied mathematics, is a certified ethical hacker, Alien Vault certified security engineer, ISO 27001 lead auditor cum implementer, security analyst with over 10 years industry hands-on and standard-based security programs experience. Olatunji is a member board of trustees of Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria as well. All right, now let's dive direct into the session proper. It's nice to have you, Mr. Uche and Mr. Olatunji on board. And first of all, I'll start by asking, the two of you to have your introductory comments or speech. So I'll start with Mr. Uche, please. Yeah. Sorry, Uche, you're not audible. We can't seem to hear your audio.
Is it better now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my name is Uche Onyenkpe, as rightly introduced. I've been around the security world for well over a decade, and I wear so many hats. I wear the hat of a security operations analyst, as well as a co-founder, and it's a pleasure to be here. Whenever I'm being called to speak on gatherings like this, I find it really interesting because that gives you the opportunity to relate with people and get to discuss cybersecurity in a way that it resonates with all of us, especially in today's world with all the digitalization going on. It's more than ever very critical that we begin to take cybersecurity not just only as a career, but as a practice in our day-to-day lives. So again, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to having a pleasant section with all of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Che. Mr. Olatunji, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I know quite well that cybersecurity discussion is never an ending conversation. It's a continuous engagement because as much as technology continues to evolve, the trend landmark continue to also evolve as well. So it's a great privilege to be here this morning, and I hope our insights and thoughts on subject of discussion will make a lot of sense to our listener, and we cannot take a cue on how to better help our different organizations, our country, and even the continent on how to better secure cyberspace and our digital information assets. I look forward to having a wonderful session with everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Uche and Mr. Olatunji. Yesterday we talked about data management and protection of vulnerable groups with regards to children and the digitally illiterate population. We also, the second session was on human and systemic vulnerabilities and human and systemic digital vulnerabilities within organizations. Now, today we are going to be talking about mitigating systemic vulnerabilities and enhancing digital resilience. Now, if you look at it, we've talked more about individuals, how to protect individuals, and what have you, the human part of security, how to protect the children and those that are digitally illiterate. Now we're talking more about organizations, how to mitigate systemic vulnerabilities, and how to improve your digital resilience. Now, my first question on this topic will be, what are the systemic vulnerabilities specific to Africa, and how do socio-economic factors influence these risks? And we just want to we want you to throw more light on, what are the main weaknesses in Africa, and how to economic and social issues make them worse, per se. Now, I would like Mr. Olatunji to start with this, and after that, Uche can give his thoughts on it as well. Can you hear him?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can now.
All right, thank you so much. Of course, systemic of cybersecurity related issue is not only just peculiar to Africa; it's a global issue. Yes, there are some threat pattern that might be specific to Africa as a region. But however, one of the major cybersecurity related systemic vulnerability that we have identified in Africa, so to speak, has to do with the limited infrastructure and cybersecurity investments. We have limited infrastructure in terms of technology capacity, then how local governments desire to actually invest in cybersecurity. These are one of the major systemic vulnerability related issues as regards to cybersecurity in Africa. Then again, you agree with me that technology is evolving, and Africa is also not playing catch up. So there is this rapid digitization, in Africa, but oftentimes most of them are without security in mind. We tend to build a whole lot of solution technology without security in mind, especially in Africa, and that's what we call security in app issue. So it does mean that even from the get-go, you have actually compromised the system even before you actually go for deployment. So all of these actually contribute to related issues as related to Africa. And then again, weak regulations. We have a weak regulatory framework in Africa. And because one thing that we have found in Africa is that, Africa, and I will take Nigeria for instance, we tend to have this ability to put, content together, put, documentation together, put regulatory frameworks together. But at the long run, you realize that the political will to pursue the implementation is really, really lacking. You begin to find out that we just have some of these standards, some of these framework there, and the implementation is not effective. So when you have documents that are not working, how then do you want to have a proper regulation? So these are some of the very important systemic vulnerability that I know is peculiar to Africa. And like I said earlier on, not just only peculiar to Africa, but the global community. But Africa has a lot of roles to play in ensuring that we try as much as possible to improve our resilience when it comes to cybersecurity. Then another thing again is the challenges around not adopting local content. Most of the technology infrastructures that we solely rely on in Africa are more important, technologies. And some of them, they are prone with their backdoors, they are prone with their, some inherent security risk that we oftentimes try to shy away from. All we just, try to do is, does this technology going to work? If it's going to work, then let's move. So most African organizations don't conduct what we call need assessment. Conducting a need assessment to identify what do we really need this solution for? How is it going to better our, our services and products? Are there inherent risks peculiar to this particular product? Does our environment fit for this technology? So these are some of the very, very challenges that are also peculiar to Africa. Then again, so that I don't take much of the time, cybersecurity skill gap too is also there. Skill gap, it's not peculiar to Africa, but then, Africa is suffering a major brain drain in cybersecurity now, because most of our, skills cybersecurity experts now, once they have been trained in Africa, once they have been able to acquire knowledge and skills, everybody just wants to, we call it jackpot syndrome in Nigeria here. Everybody just wants to take their expertise and skills outside the shore of Africa, where they believe that they're going to have a better life and a better opportunity. So skill gap is a major challenge as much as cybersecurity related issue in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olatunji, for that fantastic response. You spoke about limited infrastructure being one of the key issues in Africa. I spoke about developing solutions without security in mind, weak regulations. Yeah, we spoke extensively on this. We have very good regulations in Nigeria, in other parts of Africa, but when it comes to implementing these regulations, that's when you start seeing there's a weakness in it. There are a lot of practices that should be punishable that the regulators don't, go ahead and implement these punitive measures. And then we also have, you also talked about not adopting local content. I very much agree with you on this. And then the skill gap, for those in the technical space, those in the technical career space, we notice this as well. And I think it's also noticeable in definitely all other career paths as well. I really feel that we need to do more in Africa in terms of catching up with other parts of the world when it comes to security, when it comes to IT in general per se. Thank you very much for that great response. I now give the floor over to Uche Oyengbe. You can, Uche, can we have your thoughts on this? Any other thing you may need to add on this topic, on this talking point, rather?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. So my colleague has spoken so well. I'm not going to repeat any of the things that he has said. I'm just only going to talk about user education. So you see, user education is one critical aspect of cybersecurity that a lot of organizations kind of play down on. And unfortunately, it's been the cause of over 90% of successful data breaches across the world, right? Knowing your fish rate, right? Knowing the level, giving your users enough security education is very important. It's as important as knowing your your vitals as a human being. So you're like going to a doctor to see a doctor for whatever reason, and the first thing they do to you is check your vitals, your high blood pressure, your temperature. That's how important educating your users and knowing your fish rate. So phishing has proven to be a very critical cybersecurity issue across the world. And cyber threats are becoming more sophisticated, right? Human errors account for over 80% of breaches across the world. And 75% of companies that are affected by these ransomwares are running up-to-date software. So really, it's no longer about the amount of endpoint securities that you have. If you like, deploy the most sophisticated endpoint security tools. If your users don't have the right education, if your users are clicking on the wrong links, if your users are opening the wrong attachments, I can tell you that even the best of organization is still going to get attacked. 1 out of every 8 emails, even with you having the best email security tool, still gets delivered to your users. 1 out of every 8. There's always that one that is going to scale through. And that one is all the attacker needs to get hold of your environment. So user education is very important. And there are a lot of tools that you can use to achieve that. But again, like the other speaker said, making appropriate investment in cybersecurity is what it entails. Because by the time we start talking about recurring phishing simulations, quarterly trainings and all of that, organizations begin to look at the cost. And that's where we begin to have issues, especially in areas. I mean, it's a global issue, but maybe in Africa, we can say that these issues are a lot more prevalent in Africa because of socioeconomic issues. But it's an area that we really need to drill down on, because I think every organization should have what I call a human firewall. A human firewall is really your users, right? They are usually the first point of call. They're usually the first point of contact when it comes to any successful breach, right? CEO fraud is a multi-billion-dollar industry today. It's also known as a business email compromise. So it's very important that we pay close attention to user education and ensure that we have periodic trainings for users on how best to go about security practices, emails to open, how to report phishing alert, right? There are tools that can do that for you. There are so many, interesting tools out there, KnowBe4 and all of that, that can provide you with a 360-degree user education training, managing your phishing and all of that. So this is something that, another thing that we need to consider would be monitoring your environment, right? Again, all of these things tie down to the amount of investments organizations are willing to make in security. But it's very important that you have a very robust monitoring system, right? You cannot have a home, really, and then you hire a security man without the security man knowing what exactly you have. So you need to first of all identify your assets, and you need to find a way to monitor your logs, monitor everything going on within your environment, really. And that's where you start talking about deploying a SOC team. Either you're deploying one in-house or you're signing up with managed service providers. There's need for you to have a proper team that monitors your environment, shows you every indicator of threats, indicators of attacks, ensure that you're having all of these things checked out and investigated properly without any false positives or true positives. So really, that's those are the two things that I would like to add. User education for sure, it's very critical, and then monitoring is something that shouldn't also be downplayed. Thank you.
Thank you, Uche. You emphasized on security education, users, on employees, and also you talked more on the human being a firewall as well, being a form of protection in an organization. And also talked about monitoring your environment, rather, your organization's environment. This brings me to an extension of this question that I had earlier, where we said what are the systemic vulnerabilities, specific to Africa. And I would like to know, how do economic and social issues, make these systemic vulnerabilities worse, or make them more have more damage, in our African environment, in sub-regions or other regions within Africa. Now, I'll start with you, Uche, for this. So can we have your thoughts on this? Can we have your insights on this?
Yeah, I think essentially, we touched on some of these already. Making investments in security is expensive. That's pretty obvious, right? And you find that a lot of organizations in Nigeria are more crazy about posting humongous profits versus really securing the environment. And that's because there are no proper regulations that are being effected for some of these security issues, right? In anywhere in the world, other parts of the world, there's no way you would shut down your system for whatever reason. For days, people are not able to get access to their accounts, and then the banks are not saying anything, right? Quite recently, for about 2 weeks, I had no access to my account. You can't do that anywhere in the world. So some of these, lack of regulations, lack of accountability is one of the major reasons. They sit at the top of the reasons why a lot of all these are happening. Because if organizations are being held accountable, if fines are being doled out to organizations in millions and billions of naira, then they would understand the reason why they should at least spend 10 to 30% of that amount improving on their security infrastructure, right? And this whole thing still ties to user education, right? Our level of intelligence, our level of education across Africa generally is also a problem. And so you find a lot of, individuals doing unsafe security practices, right? Obviously because of, the peculiarity of our environment, right? So user education, even the organizations that can afford it, right? The big organizations, the so-called big organizations in Africa, do not invest money in security education. How much more the average user, right? So, and these are because, of course, again, like I said, there is no accountability, right? There's no one is being fined, no one is being, you take an organization to court in Nigeria, you take forever to get judgment. So those are the critical issues. Every other thing I would say are, pretty much secondary. The primary concerns, the primary issues we have are regulatory frameworks. If there are proper regulatory frameworks in place to hold organizations accountable for what they do, I think a lot of these issues will be resolved or drastically mitigated.
Yeah, so from what you said, one of the economic and social issues or socioeconomic factors that we are facing here in Africa is an issue of no accountability, and also user education as well, right? Not have proper exposure to certain levels of security education that we need to have, to make sure that we don't or organizations don't get vulnerable to certain levels of attacks. Thank you, Mr. Uche. I will just ask Mr. Olatunji, do you have anything to add to this, or should we just, do you have any other talking points to add to what Uche has just said?
Yeah, I mean, Uche has been very fantastic in the response, and I think that is, I would just add little to what he has said. Absolutely, regulation is very key. And that's why I keep telling, most of the regulators have opportunity to me that regulator must regulate well, for you to have, a thorough and secure process to manage global cybersecurity related issue, which is not peculiar to your country. And again, the issue of regulation should not just be something of compliance, because that's one of the major issues that we've seen. People just want to be compliant to some of these standards. They want to be compliant to GDPR. They want to be compliant to NDPR. And it's a principle of, the maker and the checker. Should compliance drive security? Absolutely no. Compliance should just be a checker for security, not the maker. Security should be something that it is there. So when you're looking at the compliance aspect of it, you are looking at the compliance in the area of ensuring that, oh, have you been able to meet the requirement of a particular set standard? And not just because we want the licensing, we want CBN to give us our license back, we want this particular agency to issue a compliance certificate for us. And security has now become an afterthought. So, and just as you also said on the area of security education, in fact, I often tell people that authentication is not the first line of defense. Security education and awareness is the first line of defense. When people say authentication is the first line of defense, because when you educate your users, they tend to be able to help you manage your information asset with security in mind. So I feel these are some of the very important area that is also pertinent that we must address holistically as far as African cybersecurity landscape is concerned. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Olatunji. You spoke about compliance and how it should be something that should be used, to check standards of I don't want to use the word compliance again, but it should be a checker and not it should be a checker of security measures. All right. And also, security should not be an afterthought. So organizations should always have that in mind. Security should be a part of their business processes. Everything they're doing, their business processes, should be thinking about the security implication and how to, mitigate certain levels of security vulnerabilities. Now, this now brings me to my next question. Yeah, we're talking about user education, security education. I would like to know, how does capacity building, contribute to something like general operations of an organization, or in a more specific sense, to a better risk management? So both, not just organizations, I want us to relate this also to individuals. And in my experience, I've noticed that let me use myself for example now. I might be working for an organization that has a perfect, or no, not really perfect, a very good security operation in place, a very good security standard in place, security process in place. And then I'm adhering to these processes, all right? Because of course I have to, or I'll face sanctions or whatever. And then in my own personal life, these same processes, I tend to ignore them. I'll give you an example. So, for example, in an organization, you might have password policies, all right? Password should have, strong password policies already in place, and then you have to adhere to it. And then when you now look at your own personal life, maybe your personal emails and all that, and then you are using weak passwords and all that. So it tends to expose, it makes it look as if, as an individual, you are just following processes in your organization. You're not really, impacting it in your personal life. So I want to know, how does building skills, help organizations and people manage risk better? Now, risk in terms of security risk. Now, more of security risk. Thank you. So, Mr. Olatunji, would you please open the floor with your response for this question?
Thank you so much. Capacity building is absolutely, the way to go. Whether for us as a nation or as a continent or for us as an organization, you can't go wrong with capacity building. So when you first of all understand the concept of security, you understand that it's the principle of people, process, and technology. People, process, and technology. And you understand that the nexus between technology and between people and technology is the process. That's why you must get your security process right. If you get your security process right, which capacity building is actually one of the subsets, it tends to help you, manage digital risks that your business might be naturally susceptible to, because your users are aware of what they need to do. And then again, identifying employees that might be relevant to particular skills. So some of the very important things that most organizations actually try to do these days, that we tend to focus on the fact that, oh, by the time we build this particular employee to gain these particular skills, they can actually decide to leave our organization and maybe take his expertise to somewhere else where he can actually be well paid. So sometimes it limits how organizations would invest in capacity building. And absolutely, that's a very, very wrong approach to security program, because whether you like it or not, when you don't focus on your capacity building, ensuring that the people resilience to cybersecurity related issue is very, very top notch, you'll be shocked that within a twinkling of an eye, what should not, what security related risk that shouldn't have crystallizes operation will be crystallizing operation in an organization, because people are not aware, there was no capacity, they are not better enhanced, they are not better equipped with security solution, they are not better trained. So of course, it's just like, and one of the very important things that now go wrong is that it is easy for organizations to be lost in the sea of change with just a single cyber attack. You just be wondering, a particular organization, they have been functioning effectively well, their business is moving fine, they are top notch in their industry, and just a single cyber attack, you'll be wondering what has actually happened. Reputational damage is there, customer confidence is lost, stakeholders engagement is lost, and if care is not taken, you'll be wondering what has happened to that business, and all of a sudden the business is no longer in existence. So we must, and aside from even organizations doing that, it should be a national project for every country within Africa. And I think even the United Nations has some program around, African Union has some program around cybersecurity capacity building. So there must be regional collaborations to ensure that we build our skills, not just only building those skills, and also ensuring that we make the environment conducive enough for them to be able to practice their expertise here. So it is very, very important that we bear all of this in mind. National, we must build capacity. Organization-wise, we must build capacity. And even as a continent, it is important that we would invest in capacity building. These are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olatunji. Thank you very much for that great response. Uche, can you just talk a bit on that as well? Give us your thoughts on it. What are the contributions of capacity building, to better risk management within organizations?
Yeah, absolutely. The importance of capacity building cannot be overemphasized, right? For me, I think security should be a culture, not just a one-off practice. And it's something that has to be ingrained across all levels of an organization, right? It's not just the job of the security department. Everyone should have that as a culture within every organization. And there has to be a structured approach towards security, right? You don't just say, you're doing trainings by bringing in consultants every once in 6 months or once in a year, just because you want to meet regulatory frameworks, like my other speaker said, right? So the reason for you to do these things shouldn't be because you want to meet regulatory frameworks, shouldn't be because you want to meet compliance frameworks. It should be because you want to educate your users. You want to create a safer environment. You want to deploy human firewalls within your environment. And when I say a structured approach, I mean actually using existing platforms. There are so many of them, right? KnowBe4 is one of the most favorite platforms that I have today. I'm a certified KnowBe4 evangelist. And the way user education and phishing campaigns are structured with KnowBe4, you will understand that this is big, right? There has to be a system where people are able to quickly report incidents. If your users are receiving emails and they are not able to report it because there's no report phish alert button, what happens is that anything that comes through your environment just goes in there, and that's how you get compromised. So there has to be a way for users to be able to act on some of these incidents as quickly as possible. And there has to be a system in place to investigate some of these. You see certain emails and you think that it's nothing, right? But at the end of the day, that's all it takes for you to get compromised. Just a simple email, right? So there has to be a very structured and systemic approach towards these things. And again, forums like what we have right now, right? Government, private organizations as part of corporate social responsibility should be able to hold conferences like this, invite the general public, right? It's not just a thing that should happen across organizations. Even in our individual lives, like you said, there's need for us to have security education. So that even when you leave the four walls of your office, you're in your homes. We all have access to our banking platforms. We have access to we sign up into different softwares, different applications, different e-commerce sites. Security is something that we need to move around with. It has to be a culture for us. It has to be part of our life. When you're signing into environment, and there has to be that consciousness to make use of sophisticated passwords with different characters, different level of sophistication. If there's need for you to use password authentication, some of these things have to be common information out there for a common man. Today, in 2024, there's no reason why anyone should be using your birthdays as a combination for password. People need to understand that. There are so many password authenticators that you can deploy on your phones that are free of charge that gives you passwords. So having that sort of environment where people get the education that they need, people get the awareness that they need, is not just the responsibility of organizations. I think it's something that government also needs to come into, right? And help with organizing free workshops, free seminars, so that people get to understand the importance that security plays in our lives. A lot of people are falling prey to fraudulent attacks. People are losing their money to hackers and fraudulent people over very simple mistakes. As simple as even placing your card. You're using the ATM machine and you're not protecting your pins. Those are very simple issues that shouldn't be happening if people are getting the right education. So banks, financial organizations, there has to be sections that they hold even for their customers, right? Beyond your staff, you should be able to educate your customers, have these regular interactions with them, invite them for lunch and learn, right? It doesn't take you anything to spend a couple millions to invite your customers, for lunch, give them some education. It could be online, it could be whatever means. Tell them things that they should be doing, safe practices, how to better manage. I know they do these things, but there has to be an intentional effort towards it. There has to be a structured effort towards it so that people understand that you're playing your part as an organization and they have their own part to play as well. So it's something that has to happen continuously, and it's something that we cannot really overemphasize. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that one. Great one. Moving on from capacity building, I would like us to talk more about infrastructure investment or infrastructure development. Now, in Africa, we may see that there's some level of infrastructure development that we need to have around, for digital resilience. So my question now is, what are the key infrastructure investments that are needed to support digital resilience in Africa? Speaking of infrastructure investment, it's be from both public sector, the private sector. What important infrastructure investments are needed to make Africa's digital systems strong? I would want Mr. Tunji to, give us his take on this, and then Uche would add his own insights as well.
Thank you so much. Of course, key infrastructure that we need to, as a matter of urgency and as a matter of facts, that we need to quickly invest in from African perspective. There's a need for deep broadband penetration and internet services. It is very, very important. You cannot achieve financial inclusion in Africa without deep broadband penetration. Ensuring that the fiber optics for internet services are actually laid across. And then we also ensure that we're able to go to the remote area to be able to better serve them, from digital perspective. It is very, very important that we pay attention to deep broadband penetration. Then again, it is important for us to also look at regional data center. Yes, I know these days that majority of these cloud computing solution, the AWS or Azure, they are there and they are absolutely global cloud computing, service provider. But of course, how many of them even have a data center situated within the African continent, where people can easily just fetch their data within the continent itself. So yes, I'm not trying to say that even when they are not in Africa, you can't get your data, you can't get your services up and running. But come to think of it, of how much economic value that is also going to bring to Africa at large, when you begin to have some of these service provider bringing in their infrastructure situated in Africa. So it is very, very important that we also look at that from African perspective. And then again, we can't go wrong with regional incident response management program, where we can actually collaborate, because collaboration is actually bigger than competition. And that's one of the very important things that we need to pay attention at. Where we collaborate, we tend to have more information that can better help us to secure our infrastructure. Because if our organization here has a similar cyber attack, have a cyber attack, and there is a platform where they can actually share information with major industry players within that industry. That is a learning curve for them to be able to see how they can also ensure that they protect their environment against such malicious actions from malicious actors. So it is important that we also look at regional incident response solution deployment, and then again, collaboration. Like I said the other time, collaboration is absolutely big, and we can't go wrong with collaboration. Then again, we need to also, assess our regional trade landscape. It is important to assess our regional trade landscape. And my colleague also, reiterate the issue around business email compromise, which is peculiar to cyber criminals in Africa. Business email compromise, spear phishing attack, social engineering attack, romance scam. These are, and then again now, security around financial technology service provider, fintech company. Fintech is now becoming a major attack focus for attackers, especially both in and out of Africa. So because of financial inclusion, because of cashless policy, because of ensuring that we digitize our payment services, that has actually also introduced a lot of risk, to Africa. Yes, do we want to achieve financial inclusion? Absolutely, we want to. But then again, it is important that the security aspect of it is we have to pay attention. And so we need to actually invest in artificial intelligence and machine learning security solution that can actually do predictive analysis that reduces the human effort. Yes, because human are error prone. So when you have some of this technology deployed for your AML, your compliance, your real-time monitoring, this better help security analysts to manage corporate organization, information assets, and also monitor their security trend landscape to better secure their environment. So there are many more, but these are a few of my thoughts on how we can actually go about investing, in the area of cyber security and even technology in Africa.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Olatunji. You said a lot, covered a lot of this. And one thing I picked here is that we need to have a regional trade landscape, right? And also, they need to be an investment in broadband penetration. Now, this should mostly be driven by the government, but private, of course, private industries would also assist in this. We talked about regional data centers. I feel one of the main reasons why we seem to be playing some level of catch up in Africa is because we don't have enough data centers. And then apart from the data center, for us to even have data centers properly running, we need to, to a certain level, to a large level, address the issues of power, because power is mostly needed in running data centers. And if we look at Africa, we look at the global landscape, Africa has, in the last statistics are released in 2023, Africa has just 1% of the global data center. And now that 1%, if you are going to split it, South Africa has 65% of the data centers of that 1%. Now, the remaining 35% is now spread across other parts of Africa. So you see that we really need to do more in this aspect. There really needs to be a lot of drive in this aspect. Thank you very much, Mr. Olatunji, for this fantastic response. I now give the floor to Uche to give his own contributions as well. Uche, over to you, please.
Yeah, so for me, I think I'm just going to lay on what Olatunji has said. He pretty much covered most of the critical infrastructure needs that Africa requires. But I'm just going to talk about the human capacity and, where we as human beings, as skills, right, as experts, come to play in managing all of these infrastructures. It's one thing for us to have infrastructure deployed, and it's a different thing entirely for you to have qualified persons, trained skills managing these infrastructures. You can deploy all the security you want in the cloud. You can have your data centers and all of that. But if you don't have the right skills to manage them, it's only going to take a while before you begin to run into issues. So training and skill building is very critical in managing all of these infrastructures. And really, that's where we come in as Curate, right? I'm so sorry to steal the floor a little bit, but it's an opportunity for me to talk about what we do. And really what we do is provide easy transitioning into tech for individuals who are looking to transition into tech, and we provide affordable trainings. You can check us out at curate.hq.com. And we want to give more people the opportunity to come into tech. Like Olatunji said, there's a Japa syndrome, right? People are leaving the country, they're exporting their skills, but there are a lot more people who can learn these skills. We're a country of over 200 million people. So there's no way all of us are going to run away if we are getting more people into the fold. So there has to be a structured and an intentional approach into training people and having the required skills needed to manage all of these infrastructures. And that's what we are trying to do. For us, it's a way of ensuring that, seeing that there's more, there's a lot of skills available around the country, our own way of giving back. Because really, if you look at the way the world is, the likes of Olatunji today are very few in Nigeria, right? So organizations are also facing a lot of challenges as a result of these skill exports and this Japa syndrome. And it's a huge component of infrastructure that we should be talking about, that organizations should be worried about. So that we should have a system where organizations are actually supporting training organizations. Organizations are intentionally investing money in trainings, in building skills and disrupting this whole conventional way of getting skills. Today in Nigeria, you still find organizations asking people for BSc, for certificates before they hire them. But in 2024, who does that? Right? It's all about what you know. It's all about the skill that you have. What can you do for us, right? Putting those kind of systems in place where people are hired based on what they can do versus the paper that they have. It's something that we should be looking at in Africa as a whole. So that's really where I would want to come in. In addition to the other interesting facts that Olatunji talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Uche, for that response. This brings me to my next question. In the course of our discussions, we've talked about having some level of regional threat landscape, talked about investing in AI solutions and machine learning solutions for compliance and real-time monitoring. So my question now is, how can a robust cybersecurity framework be developed and implemented to address regional digital threats? Now, within Africa, we know that of course, there are certain threats that we might have in certain regions, like the northern part of Africa, it might be different from threat landscape in the southern parts. So I guess what I'm trying to say is how can we create and use strong cybersecurity plans, to handle digital threats in the African region as a whole? Let's not even break it down into sub-regions. Now, Uche, could you just start with your response on this, please?
Yeah, I think one thing that is important would be, first of all, to establish a threat assessment, right? Latinji touched on it, elaborately in his last comment, where he talked about collaboration, right? There's no threat that impacts on only one organization within Africa. Usually it's something that, would be impacting on a group of organizations depending on who are in the same line of business. So being able to have that threat intel, right? Sharing information across organizations is very critical, because that's really how you get to know what your competitors are suffering, what type of compromises are they experiencing, what you should be worried about, right? So threat intelligence is very important, and that can only happen by conducting more like a regional assessment to understand exactly what is going on within your region, within Africa, and establishing collaborative partnerships across organizations within your line of business. And then developing legal and regulatory frameworks is also very critical, right? Really, we cannot achieve any of these things if there are no proper legal and regulatory frameworks. And I think that's one of the challenges that we are facing in Africa, like I said before, right? There's no punitive measures being passed out to organizations for some of these infractions, right? If organizations have been fined, if they are being held accountable for their actions, I think we will have a stronger data protection system across Africa as a whole. And implementing technology controls is also very important, right? We've talked about a whole lot of infrastructure needs and technology needs here. There has to be an intentional effort. Organizations have to be willing to invest the right amount of resources on technology, right? You don't see technology is not something that you just manage by mere words of mouth. There has to be a significant amount of investment that is being made to deploy the right tools and have your tools updated. It is one thing for you to have a tool, it's a different thing entirely for you to have your tools updated. You'll be surprised at how much it will cost you to update from one version to a higher, a more secured version of your tool. So constantly patching your tools, updating your tools is very important as a part of this entire exercise. And then deploying security operations, right? Olatunji also, mentioned the need for you to have a very resilient SOC team, a very responsive one at that, to ensure that your threats are being addressed, and your indicators of compromise are being identified as soon as possible before it becomes a real attack. That would be my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Uche, for your response. I talked about threat intelligence and regional assessments. You also talked about developing a legal and regulatory framework across the region. And we talked about punitive measures being in place or being harsher, because if you look at the African landscape here, of course, some countries have some level of data protection and data protection regulation, and there are consequences for breaking these laws, right? But I think sometimes these punishments may not be harsh enough, may not be implemented as often as they should, and so punitive measures need to looked into better, or looked into and creating ways of making it better. You also talked about implementing technological controls and also updating and patching tools rather. Mr. Olatunji, can we have your thoughts on this?
So much. Just going to have 1 or 2 points to what my colleague has actually established. Like I said earlier on, it is important for us to understand, assess our regional threat landscape, and by doing that, we will require to conduct a threat assessment. Specific cybersecurity related issue that are, that are prevalent to our region. We have the ransomware, the phishing, the spear phishing attack, API hijacking, and the rest that are peculiar to Africa. So it is important for us to be able to address issues from that angle. Then again, you might also want to consider the geopolitical terrain within the domain. Also sometimes they also play a very big role in the cybersecurity program. Then again, another point that I feel that is also very pertinent is that the regulator must develop a risk-based framework. A risk-based framework that is specific, is addressing risk from the metrics, so that we'll be able to monitor where we are coming from and where we are going. And so with that, you are able to do what we call evaluation of your security maturity program. How is your security program getting matured? Are you maturing? Because if you are treating the same risk that maybe, for instance, you conduct a security assessment or test in the last 2 quarters, and again you are still managing the same risks in the third quarter, then your security program is not maturing. So we must understand a risk-based regulatory framework that is not just for tick box purposes, but where you can actually evaluate the metrics. Then again, like we talk about collaboration as well. Then again, investing in regional SAR, like I said earlier on, that can actually also be a way for us to be able to get proper feed on intelligence. So with that, I feel we can actually do more and we can actually achieve more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olatunji. You talked about conducting threat assessments prevalent to our region. And you also mentioned the fact that the geopolitical terrain also matters a lot. And you talked about regulators, developing a risk-based framework. Now, I very much agree with this. From this question, I would like us to branch out into something very salient in the African region, and then I would like to ask on what benefits or what do organizations or governments, both private or public sector, have to gain from diversifying digital solutions, to reduce reliance on maybe a single system or a particular system. What are the advantages of using different digital solutions instead of relying on just one system? Mr. Olatunji, please, I would like you to answer this. Give your answer to this talking points first.
Yeah. So so there's something we call defense in depth in security, where you are able to build multi-layers of control objective. It could be with people, it could be with technology, it could be with process. So having multi-layers of solution deployed, it actually helps you to, have a real-time monitoring of your threat landscape. So your security is not, it's not just manual based. It's not something that you are, and it's not just manual based on the skills and the knowledge of the security analyst himself. But some of this technology are there to help the analyst to be able to do a thorough analysis where you can actually filter for a false positive. The data that are very relevant for you for your information intelligence gathering. When the system is making unnecessary noise. And again, it also, because at the long run, security is all about the business. The business is there. If business is not there, you can't be talking about security. So when you adopt more technology, you're talking about efficiency, turnaround time. You're talking about customer satisfaction. You're also looking at ensuring that you are able to meet your corporate strategy objective, because the technology is the elephant in the house. it is there to enable all of the process, all of the business model that you already developed to make them more seamless. And so it is just there to ensure that you are able to maximize more profit as an organization. But while you are actually doing that, you also don't want to close your eyes to the, like I said earlier, some of the inherent risks and some of this technology are also susceptible to. So it is important for, like I said, one thing I most of the time when I engage corporate organization from advisory standpoint, I'll tell you, I don't personally recommend solutions to organizations. The first point of thing you have to do is conduct your need assessment. So when you conduct your need assessment, no OEM anywhere in the world can dump any solution that you don't need on you, because you already conduct your need assessment. You already know what you need. You already know what you want, and you already understand your processes. So you best know the solution that best meets those objectives that you have actually set. So that by the time the OEM comes and tries to do their POC, nobody is just trying to bamboozle you with how much features the technology has, because you already actually know exactly what you want from that particular technology. So it is important that we take it as a culture that when we're about to introduce a new technology to our environment, there is a need for us to do what we call internal need assessment to evaluate if this particular solution, what is it going to actually help us to achieve? Is it going to help us to achieve compliance more? Is it going to help us to achieve more more security oversight? Is it going to help us in real-time monitoring? Is it going to also enhance the business productivity? Because if the business is not marginalizing profit, then of course, what is the essence of churning a huge amount of money on buying technology? So we must be able to do the check and balance to be able to address implementation and adoption of technology for our business enhancements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uche, your thoughts on this as well. What are the benefits of diversifying digital solutions, to reduce reliance on a single system?
Yeah, I think diversifying business solutions comes with a whole lot of benefits. Really, it's very catastrophic for you as an organization to rely on a single system, because that really becomes a single point of failure, right? It means if for any reason that system is compromised, you're at risk. So being able to achieve multiple layers of security, like my colleague said, in defense in depth, is very critical in organizations. So that's why you see organizations having access control measures. They have managed detection and response tools. They have different very set of tools that they use within the organization. And you'd be wondering what was the need for, right? Why investing money in different tools and applications within your organization? So what it does really is help you manage your risk, right? Help you avoid, having a single point of failure. And it all crystallizes into increasing your efficiency as an organization. It helps you to reduce costs, because imagine if there's a successful compromise, right? And you're being made to pay fines in billions of naira just because you refuse to deploy one tool for one particular purpose. So that's where it begins to help you with cost savings and increase your bottom line as an organization. It helps you to make data-driven decisions as well, right? Because when you have the right tools in place, you're able to get the right insights into your environment. You're able to understand, get the proper exposure to what's going on in the environment, to be able to make decisions, quantifiable decisions as an organization. And then it helps you to enhance your customer experiences as well, right? When processes are in place in your organization to ensure that you don't have regular downtimes, your customers are happy. And that's how you get repeated businesses. So all of these things at the end of the day would crystallize into increased productivity, increase in your in profitability, and increase in your reputation as an organization, right? And that's really the benefits that you get from diversifying the digital solutions.
Thank you, Chair. The answers we've gotten from our panelists on this question helps us to know that diversifying digital solutions is a win-win situation in any organization. Yeah, you really boost a lot of your output indices. All right, and it enhances customers' experience according to what the chair said, and it also helps for data-driven decisions. I would like us to, at this stage, just go back a bit to something we've touched on. I just want us to shed more light on it, and this is on public-private partnerships or collaboration. And my question would be, what role do public or do public-private partnerships play in advancing cybersecurity best practices? By this, I mean, how do partnership between the public and the private sector help to improve cybersecurity practices? I know in the African continent, there might be some levels of difference between practices in the public sector and in the private sector when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to other operations processes. But what role do these collaboration between the public and private sector, how does it help improve cybersecurity practices? For this question, I would like Mr. Oche to start with this, just shed more light on this. I know over the course of this session, we briefly talked about some of these salient issues. I just wanted to shed more light on this, and then Mr. Tunji would give us his thoughts on it as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely, we touched on quite a lot of them already, but just to make it clearer, one of the ways would be through intelligence sharing, right? We talked about threat intel as a very critical component of what we do in cybersecurity, because you need to know exactly what you are up against and what your competitors are up against, so that you know how to deploy the right protection for your own environment. So having that handshake between the public and the private sector is very important in helping with threat intelligence. We also talked about capacity building, right? This is not the responsibility of just the private sector. Like I said, we need a very conscious effort, a very structured and systemic way of dealing with some of these user education and exposure issues by the government and the private sector coming together to help in driving home this message of security. It's something that should be ingrained in all of us. It should be a culture, not just a one-off practice. So from that angle of security awareness, threat intelligence, policy development, right? It's also very important that we have the right information that we need. We have the right feedbacks from both the public and the private sector to be able to develop the right policies, update the policies, revise them as needed, and ensure that our policies are actually in line with current standards and procedures. So based on, I'll leave my colleague to touch on the other part, but these are the three key areas that I think a proper handshake between the public and the private sector will be very important.
Thank you, Uche, for that fantastic response. Great stuff, great stuff. You spoke about intelligence sharing, policy development, and security awareness between the private and public sector, having collaborations within themselves. Mr. Olatunji, do you have more insights on this, more knowledge on this that you want to share with us?
So thank you so much. So my colleague has actually, laid a very good foundation for this, and then I'm just going to also have to some of the things I said. Yes, of course, PPA is the right way to go. Public-private sector collaboration is absolutely the right way to go. And I'll give you an example from experience. For us at the Cybersecurity Exploration of Nigeria, We are just champions in cybersecurity advocacy, cybersecurity development, information security education and awareness in Nigeria. And I'll give you an example of some of the experience that we've had, where we know that there is absolutely, you can. It's just the same way you can't entirely say the activities of government rely solely on maybe the president, members of his cabinet, the legislature. It's absolutely, the contribution of every citizen of the country, and exactly the same way it is in cybersecurity as well. So we can't go wrong with public-private sectors collaboration. For instance, in the area of threat intelligence, I tell you today, especially in Nigeria, some security researchers who are members of cybersecurity expansion of Nigeria have more convenience to report security incidents to us than going to SAT, the SAT engine. They have more convenience in reporting security incidents issue to us than going to NCC. Because they felt like the relationship between us as a player in the industry give them that convenience. Unlike going to SAT, whereby there could be some quote unquote this stereotype of being flagged as potential malicious actors, or the confidence to be able to even approach them. So oftentimes, when those guys come to and report a particular security issue, maybe affect a particular sector or a particular organization, because of we have been able to build public-private partnership relationship with some of these agencies, it is convenient for us to go to them and tell them, oh, some of our researchers found this. I think it's important for you to get the appropriate organization informed. So it definitely helps us in enhancing threat intelligence and information sharing. Then again, funding, cybersecurity funding, because we talk about investment too. When public-private sector collaboration is there, you see a lot of organizations, taking the bold step to even train to fill the skill gap, and ensuring that those who have been trained are also gainfully employed. So it is very, very important that we can't throw away collaborations, especially for public-private sector. Then again, research, some people are just research oriented, and oftentimes we find them in the academics, so the research base, cybersecurity research reports, you can't achieve that solely if you don't actually engage in a public-private sector collaboration. So these are some of the very important impacts that PPA is actually going to actually do for not just only for us as a nation, even for us as a continent, because you tend to gain more when you partner. You tend to gain more when you partner. You tend to understand, and again, it also gives government the insight into risks that are peculiar to different sectors. Because it is not the same risk that, yes, it could be generic, but the pattern might be different. When you go to an industrial control environment now and compare their own threat landscape risks to financial industry, you begin to understand the peculiarity of each sector's risk-based threats. The threat that they might be susceptible to within that industry. So, and you can only achieve some of this knowledge when you are doing public-private sector collaboration. When organizations are engaging the government is shaking with organization and ensuring that we are able to collaborate, because at the long run, the goal is to secure our cyberspace. So it is important that we consider this hugely, and not just only as a nation, even at the regional level of our continent, whereby we have Kenya is having a cybersecurity collaboration with Nigeria, Tanzania is having with Ghana, and West Africa is having a coordinated cybersecurity program. Recently, I'm aware of the West African hackathon, that Nigeria had. So these are some of the very public-private sector collaborations that we actually help us to drive the narrative around cybersecurity development and improvement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olatunji, from the answers of our panelists to know that you guys the two of you are entrenched deep into cybersecurity within Africa. You have knowledge of what's going on. You have solutions. You have ideas and things that could be implemented. this question I want to ask now, I deliberately kept it towards the end of the session where we talked about so many things, and we already have an idea of what needs to be done in Africa, what's already in operation, what we need to improve on, what we need to frown against, and all that. Now, bringing it home to Nigeria per se now, what do you think should be our steps that we need to take, in battling this cyber threat we have living with us daily? All right. Now I'm talking about the cyber threats of the fraudsters we have in our midst, popularly known as the Yahoo boys. It seems like nowadays they now have a coordinated group. They are more coordinated now. We have each member of the team, having specific skill sets or specific knowledge or advantages they bring to the team in quotes now. And then you see that even our security apparatus we have in place seems not to be so effective in bringing these individuals to proper justice, or compelling them to stop their activities, or they carry out these actions without any fear or any repercussion. Now, also knowing that it tends to paint us to in a bad light, because of course when you are talking about certain parts of Africa and then in other parts of the world, people tend to look at those parts as war. These regions, these areas are where you have more of this kind of people. Now, what in your own experience, in your own knowledge, can you just hint us or give us various ideas that you feel that we could carry out even as private bodies, as individuals, or what you feel the government could do to reduce this particular stigma we have, this particular set of people that seem to be, making us look like a bad people per se. Mr. Ibalajobi, I would like you to start with this. I know, of course, during the course of this session, we said a lot of things about threats, we said a lot of things about building resilience and all that. You can refer to some of them if you want to, but I'll be much delighted to hear your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really, it's really a very challenging one. Addressing the menace, that has been it's become a long way. The issue of Nigerian cyber criminals, the quote unquote Yahoo boys. Sincerely speaking, just like an adage that says an idle hand is with devil workshops. When people are not fully engaged, when people are not using their skills in the right direction, of course they will tend to use it in the wrong way. And one thing I found interesting is that it's actually telling us as a nation that there is something hidden in our youth. There is great potentials in them that we have not been able to tap right in the right manner. There's an initiative going on in Africa now called Go Legit Africa, which I'm actually one of the directors there. So the initiative is just all about collaborating with the law enforcement agency in Nigeria, the Nigerian law, the Nigerian Bar Association, the Nigerian Police Force. So it is not just enough to prosecute and convict these cyber criminals, right, and send them to a prison. So I don't want to use the word prison now because it's now being called correctional center. So when you take them to correctional center, what are you correcting? Are you trying to do a proper orientation program for them to let them know that there is a need for them to use their skill for something more profitable, something that is, something that is more, that is more honoring, that not just only honoring to them, but even to the nation at large. So it is important that we begin to consider this, because it is not just enough to convict and send to prison. Is there a proper, the orientation and correctional program in place to let them begin to see the reason why they need to actually begin to use their skill for something very, very more important and productive. And again, government also has its own roles to play. You know, sometimes in around, was it last year or thereabout, I had the privilege of engaging with the National Security Advisor, and I was telling them that Nigeria can create at least not less than 500,000 jobs in cybersecurity within the space of 6 months. And tell me, how do you go about that? There is this particular framework called the National Cybersecurity Strategy and Policy, which is still lacking implementation as of today. If that particular standard has actually been implemented and the NCCC is fully functioning, it is going to mandate all states to even have their own workforce. You know, how many states, except for Lagos, maybe a few other states again that you might actually want to, mention who are seeing cybersecurity as an integral part of governance. You know, so when you don't begin to harness the opportunity you have, abuse is inevitable. You know, because these guys, everybody wants to live large, regardless of how this particular fund is coming in. You know, whether maliciously, whether you just want to get this thing and move on. So it is important for us to address this issue. The NCCC is there that is meant to coordinate cybersecurity program across the country, not just only at the national level, even going to the extent of having a regional office. Then enforcing state government to ensure that even within their Ministry of Information Technology, there is a cybersecurity workforce team that is working with state government in also managing their own digital infrastructure, because they also have their own digital infrastructures. So, you know, you can see that there is a lot of untapped potentials that is rightly there for us. But like I said earlier when we first started, it's obvious that sometimes we lack the political will to really go about, you know, carrying out some of this initiative that could have better position us, you know, in the community of other nations, as a nation that is really fighting cybercrime or are not just playing in lip service. And so these are some of the thoughts that I have. We just have to go back to the drawing board and address the issue of the skill gap, and then the opportunity that is there for them to harness by the time they actually acquire their skills. And it is not just enough to prosecute and convict. It is important for us to have a proper orientation and correctional program in place. These are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olatunji. Thank you. That was a very great response. I really agree with you, especially on the points of giving these individuals reorientation in the cybersecurity field. Exactly what they are doing right now, negatively, it could be converted into a positive career, right? We have the red team, we have the ethical hackers, and then they do exactly what these guys do, but they do it for positive outputs, for positive results. All right. Thank you very much for your response. Uche, I'll throw the floor open to you. I know you've had interactions with individuals, sorry, not this kind of individuals now. You've had opportunities to have worked in cybersecurity, do some cybersecurity projects around Africa and in other parts of the world. So you'll be exposed to things like this, and I would like to hear your insights on this. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I always make reference to India being the tech hub of the world today, and how really did it start? It started by a very conscious effort in the early 80s, 90s, and 2000s towards making those policies. And so when my colleague talked about policies, that's really all it takes. Without the right policies in place, there's really nothing that can happen, right? Because a situation where in Nigeria today, someone is still asking you for your BSc before you can work in tech. It's not happening anywhere in the world anymore. People should be able to be judged based on what they can do, what skill do they have. So there has to be a very conscious effort towards changing the policies to favor skill development, right? As against bagging degrees. If that is in place, it would help to foster an environment where people now begin to make investments in tech innovations. There has to be tech startups. There has to be incubator programs. I know there are a couple of initiatives around, tech incubations with this current government, but really, if you want to ask yourself, how sincere is it, right? We can go all and on to pick the holes in that initiative. Some of us tried to get in, and if we begin to tell you what is going on there, you wouldn't want to believe it. So the truth of the matter is that it has to be a conscious effort to, first of all, make those changes in the policies, right? That would encourage people beyond the government to invest in tech. The government cannot do it alone. It's part of the things we're talking about, public-private partnership that has to happen, right? With the right policies, individuals will be willing to make investments in skill development, in establishing startup programs, in establishing incubator programs. We play in that space today. We provide trainings, and we know the challenges that we face. A lot of people are very skeptical about taking trainings because they even ask themselves, where are the jobs? When I'm done with this training, what next? That's always the question. It takes someone who sees the bigger picture, who understands that, okay, I'm learning a skill that can be exportable. I'm learning a skill that I can use to go fend for myself on freelancing platforms, to even be bold enough to venture into learning tech, regardless of how affordable it is, right? So there has to be that conscious effort and that collaboration between the public and private sector to ensure that, number one, we put the policies in place, and number two, we begin to consciously make the right investments in training people in security education. And then that's how really you begin to get these guys off the street. Because like my colleague said, if you have, there's an untapped skill, there's an untapped potential that Nigerians have, but it's being used in the wrong direction. And that's because there's no proper channel to use it and gain the proper value from it, right? So it's something that has to happen systematically. It's something that will take time, but we need to take the first step, right? And the first step really is about the government creating that enabling environment, providing the required infrastructure, right? Today, to have people join sections like this, sometimes you could find yourself dealing with internet issues, right? Those are some of the very little issues that needs to be addressed: infrastructure development, policy development, and intentional awareness education towards learning tech, right? Before you know it, Nigeria becomes a tech hub. We have the ability to do that. We have the skill. We have the people. Um, we have everything we need essentially to make Nigeria the tech hub of the world. Another India. It just starts with us, taking the right steps, putting the right policies in place, and taking the right actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Uche. Thank you, Mr. Olatunji. Thank you for the insightful session. At this time, I want our participants with questions to drop their questions in the chat box. We can give out about 2 to 5 minutes to answer these questions. I see someone that dropped a question earlier on that's already been answered. So any questions that we have for our panelists here, they are here to answer our questions. We'll be picking at their brains for close to 2 hours now, and believe me, they are still strong here, and they have more time to answer our questions. So please drop your questions in the chat box, and they will be answered. So we'll give a minute or two for those typing, those that feel they need to, organize their thought processes before typing the questions. And then if we have any questions, they'll be answered. And then we can give some time to our panelists for their closing remarks after that. Thank you. Oh, that's great. We don't have questions. We did justice to this topic, and I would like to thank our panelists for their time, for their knowledge, for taking our time to be here and sharing with us on this great topic that we discussed today. At this time, I want them to give us their closing remarks, and I'll start with Mr. Olatunji. You have the floor, please.
First, I would like to appreciate the organizer of this, the Fifth African Data Security Conclave. It's a very great one that we have put together, and I think if we continue to do more of this, we better be more aware of security-related issue that is pertinent to us as Africa and even as a nation. Cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility, and we all have to just ensure that we play our role in ensuring that we better protect our digital identity, ensuring that we improve in our cybersecurity resilience, and again, becoming a cybersecurity ambassador everywhere we find ourselves. Thank you once again for the opportunity to be here. It's a great privilege to have learned from my colleague, Uche, and even our host as well. For even the participant as well, thank you for giving us your audience, and we hope that we can always catch up in potential cybersecurity conferences as such. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Ibalajobi Olatunji. It's been a great time having you here with us. We hope that we'll be communicating with you more, discussing on more salient issues covering the cybersecurity, the vulnerability landscape in Africa. And of course, you can even extend it to other parts of the world as well. Uche, you have the floor now for your closing remarks. And after Uche's closing remarks, I see now that there's a question in the chat box, so we could answer the question after Uche gives his closing remarks.
Okay, for me, I would like to emphasize that the cybersecurity journey in Africa is for sure filled with challenges, but I also do know that it is filled with lots of opportunities. Opportunities for us as a people, as a country with over 200 million people. Opportunities for organizations who are bold enough to venture into cybersecurity, regardless of all the myriads of challenges around it. And I think that if we all work together through education, through partnerships, through taking those proactive measures, putting those policies in place, we would definitely build a more resilient digital landscape. And that brings me to emphasizing on the need for us to, as a people, identify where our strengths lie and focus on the goals that we have, our shared goals as a people, right? There's a lot that we've talked about here today. We've talked about the opportunities around tech as a career. We've talked about the opportunities around building a resilient infrastructure as organizations. So there's so much that needs to be done, and it just requires a very conscious effort. It requires a very intentional effort, and I'm sure that we'll all get there. And someday soon, we'll be competing with the likes of India in terms of exporting our tech skills and doing the things that we need to do as far as cybersecurity is concerned. Again, I want to thank the organizers of this program. I want to appreciate my colleague here, Olatunji. I've learned quite a lot from him. Hopefully we should connect soon, and looking forward to more opportunities like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Uche. Thank you for your time. I would have the question now in the chat box. So I have a question from Louis Ndaye. Sorry if I didn't do justice to your name. I'm so sorry about that. So the question is, how can both government and private entities drive more intentional awareness and education about career opportunities in tech, especially for marginalized communities? So I take that again. How can both government and private entities drive more intentional awareness and education about career opportunities in tech, especially for marginalized communities?
Maybe I can go first.
Sure.
We did talk about this, but I want to emphasize on it, and that's because I have some very intentional interest in this. We as an organization, Curate, we provide trainings, affordable trainings. Our classes go for as low as 100,000, and that's because we are working in partnership with some organizations who are providing us with some of this support, and we are looking for more. And the goal really for us is to simplify tech transition, which is what this question is really all about for marginalized community. That's not to say that 100,000 is not a lot of money, but in comparison to what it costs to learn a tech skill today across the world, an instructor-led skill for that matter, it's quite affordable, right? There are a lot of resources that you can use online to learn skills for free, but I find a lot of people find it challenging, learning on their own, right? Self-learning is hard. So there's need for you to have that structured guidance. There's need for you to attend classes, and kind of be in program where you get to collaborate with people, you get to do projects and all of that. And that's really what we are up about. And one of the ways that we can achieve this is, of course, partnering with government. That's what we talk about, public-private partnership, because it costs a lot to deliver some of this training, especially if you want to make it affordable. So we need those sort of partnerships. We need government to come in and provide sponsorships, provide scholarships to people, right? Nigeria is blessed with a lot of individuals who are in tech now, right? I tell people all the time that I find it very uncomfortable when I walk into several meetings, and you are the only Black person there, right? For those of us who live in this part of the world. Now, I'm sure it's the same thing in Nigeria as well. There's a massive shortage, a huge shortage of skills, even within Nigeria. And that's because once people learn the skill, get a little bit of experience, that's it. They're leaving, right? So there has to be a very conscious effort to continue to train people. And this can only happen if both public and private sector come together and provide the right resources, provide the right funding, because it takes a lot. To afford a laptop today, you're spending somewhere around 500,000 naira. How on earth will someone from a marginalized community be able to afford a laptop? So if you look at it very well, in terms of the investment that you have to make to learn tech today, you're looking at somewhere around 500,000 to 1 million naira per person for you to get a good laptop, right? So this is not something that we can achieve without a proper funding. And this funding can only come if there is, an intentional effort towards it. There's a proper planning around it and a proper budgeting being portioned to learning skill. I say it all the time that we're no longer in the world where government will be funding people to go and learn mechanics, buying sewing machines for people. The government at every level should understand that tech is the future and begin to raise, and that's why you need to start this from a very early age. You don't wait until people have gotten to their 20s before you start introducing them to tech, because what happens is that before that time, they've already been introduced to other things that they could do with their skills, in quote and unquote Yahoo, right? So we need to start by beginning to sensitize our youth from the very early ages of 12, 13 on the need to learn skills that will help them, skills that they would use for the right purposes, right? And that can only happen if the government begins to pay close attention to these things, if government begins to intentionally make the policies and do the right funding towards this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Uche, for that answer. I like the fact that you mentioned that if possible, tech is something you should start early in life, makes it easier. And I think that as a nation, we should focus a bit more on introducing tech to our younger generation from the lower classes, let's say grade school, kindergarten. They're already being exposed to these things, so that those that have that talent in it or that want to, you know, pursue that line, we start early. And then in little or no time, you could, of course, if you start learning tech at the age of 12, by the time you are 18, oh my God, I wonder what level you would have got into, right? And then you're just 18, you're still less than 20. So you have more time ahead of you to even still keep on growing in film. So it's better we start early. I just picked that from what you said. Mr. Olatunji, would like to hear your take on this as well, please.
So, sincerely speaking, Uche is spot on, and the response is absolutely fantastic for me. So, I'll just leave it that way. He has actually addressed that particular questions from a professional standpoint, and I think he has made a fantastic response to it. I'll just leave it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to add that we do have tech awareness sections every Saturday at 7 p.m. West African time. So if you're here and you're wondering what area of tech you can fit into, or you want to get more information around tech education in generally, we have an ongoing section that happens on Saturdays at 7 p.m. every week. Join us and let's help you get started.
All right, thank you, Mr. Uche. Thank you, Mr. Olatunji. For everyone, if you want to, continue any form of conversation with Mr. Olatunji or Mr. Uche, kindly feel free to reach out. We have their LinkedIn profile. You can reach out to them on LinkedIn. We will continue these conversations there. So these conversations don't just end at this conclave, but it's a continuous process. At this time now, I would like to hand over to Torera to continue the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Uche and Mr. Olatunji.
Thank you very much to you, Oese, and thank you to our panelists, Mr. Uche Onyekwe and Dr. Igbala Jobi. Thank you so much for being a part of this conclave. Thank you very, very, very much. We appreciate you. We appreciate the succinct and eye-opening idea and answers that you give to these questions. Thank you for your opening and closing remarks. And thank you to those who asked questions and those who participated in this session. We really appreciate you and we thank you. If you want a recording or a recap of this session, our YouTube channel will upload this video on the third and fourth session on our YouTube channel. The session we had yesterday is already on our YouTube channel, and the link is already in the chat box. I will be putting the link in the chat box once again for those that came in after I had already put the link up. So please, if you want to know what we were up to yesterday, kindly visit our YouTube channel with the link that is already in the chat box. And by tomorrow morning latest, this session would also be up on the YouTube channel so that you can follow and have conversation. You can also reach out to us at Adsc Technologies Limited via the email address dataprotection@taxi.com.ng to further conversations on data security, cybersecurity, and all forms of security measures on digital trainings in Nigeria and Africa. Also, we run a training platform where we teach people specifically on data protection regulations in Nigeria via the NDP Academy. You can reach out to us via our email address, info@ndpacademy.ng. We're having the last class for the year coming up 21st and 22nd, 27th and 28th of November, 2024. Thank you once again for being a part of this session. We have one more session to go, and that session will be kicking off in exactly 30 minutes from now by 11:30, where we'll be discussing the regulatory approach. Earlier in the sessions, yesterday's session and today's session, they've talked about how regulators, have a very important role to play in the privacy landscape in Africa. And we'll be having regulators, the discussion on the regulatory approach and regulatory framework that have been developed so far on data privacy and data security around Africa. So please stay tuned. By 11:30, we'll be back for the fourth session and final session of the 5th edition of the Africa Data Security Conclave, hosted by Adsc Technologies Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining. Once again, my name is Olatoyera Oladiji, and I'm your host. Please stay with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the final session of the 5th edition of the Africa Data Security Conclave, hosted by Adsc Technologies Limited, and with support from Adsc Professional Services Limited, Adsc Global Logistics Limited, 21 Search, and the NDP Academy. Once again, welcome, and I am Olatoyera Oladiji. I'm your host. We will be moving swiftly into the fourth session of the conclave. And the fourth session is going to border on regulatory frameworks surrounding vulnerabilities in Africa. And with us here, we already have our panelists and our speakers that will be joining us to discuss this topic in depth. But before we get to that, we will want you to know that the recording for yesterday is available on our YouTube channel, and the link is already in the chat box. We're going to put the link again in the chat box for those of you that are just joining, so that you can catch up on yesterday's session. And today's session will also be uploaded on the YouTube page before tomorrow morning. So you can watch both sessions, reminisce on it, and see how you can also help improve data and digital privacy and landscape in your environment. Thank you once again for joining, and welcome. Okay. So to moderate the fourth and final session, we will be having Mr. Olubenga Shile, who is a professional with a career spanning over a decade. Mr. Olubenga has straddled both the educational and business sectors. In 2009, he co-founded a multi-dimensional firm with a bias for business and educational consulting, where as principal consultant, his service offerings covered business idea conception, business incubation, and business development. The firm also provided educational and business consulting services to schools and vetted various academic and extracurricular initiatives. In May 2016, Mr. Olubenga joined TaxAid, where he served as specific period in capacity of business analytics manager and head of research. He currently heads the intelligence and communications unit of TaxAid and also doubles as head of operations, TaxAid Technologies Limited. His responsibilities cover the entire gamut of TaxAid brand communication via all channels, including but not restricted to text, graphic, and audiovisual, among other expressions. At TaxTech, he has coordinated development and deployment of a number of automated solutions and facilitated a number of integration processes with both government and private agencies. He is a core businessman in client relations and strategy, and is our moderator for the fourth session of the 5th edition of the Africa Data Security Conclave. Mr. Olubenga, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Olatoyera. Thank you so much for that introduction. I trust you've all been having a fantastic. Please, can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you.
All right, fantastic. Okay, just wanted to confirm that. So I said it's been a great one so far. I've been following the sessions right from yesterday, and I dare to say the conversations have been very, very wonderful. And of course, we look forward to not just the resolutions, but of course, the implementations of some of the recommendations made in the course of this conclave. Thank you so much. So at this point, I'll just go right away to start introducing my panelists. And of course, I should mention again that this is the fourth session where we're talking about regulatory approaches and frameworks for the digital safety in Africa. And I was supposed to have 4 panelists in this session, but unfortunately, we had to cancel. One canceled yesterday, and the other one canceled not too long ago. He had a flight to catch or to go to Cote d'Ivoire, so unfortunately, was not able to join us. That would be the person of Mr. Leon Patrice Sarr. So it would have really been wonderful to have him on this session. Of course, Mr. Siyabonga Ludidi also cancelled earlier in the week, with apologies anyway. So we have the apologies and their regards. And of course, I trust they are with us here in spirit. Yes, good afternoon again, everyone. And of course, welcome to session 4 of the 5th Africa Data Security Conclave. We're here today to discuss a crucial theme, of course, addressing digital vulnerabilities in Africa, the causes, the solutions, and implementation in the privacy landscape. That has been the main theme of this 5th Africa Data Protection and Data Security Conclave. So we've addressed about 3 panel sessions previously, 2 yesterday and 1 today. I'll be going into the final one today. Now, this at this point right now, the 4th and final panel session. This session is titled Regulatory Approaches and Frameworks for Digital Safety in Africa. And basically, our goal today is to explore how regulatory measures can help us, secure Africa's digital landscape against vulnerabilities, focused on how policymakers and legal frameworks can help prevent and mitigate these risks. So I'm Olubenga Shile, has been introduced already. I'm your moderator for this session, and it's my pleasure to guide us through today's discussions. Before we proceed, I'd like to introduce our distinguished speakers. As explained already, I'll have only 2 now as against 4, but you can rest assured you're still going to get that quality as expected, as you've been seeing in the course of this particular conference. And these speakers bring a wealth of expertise from various fields of data security, policy, and law. For today, I have Mr. Bidemi Olumide right here with me. Bidemi, can you confirm you're here, please? If you're here, can we just can you unmute yourself and just let us know you're here with us?
Good afternoon. Yes. Good morning, fellow participants. It's a pleasure to be here. And good afternoon to my regulator here present. I'll allow you to do the honors, Benga. I'm speaking about Mr. Babatunde Bamigboye.
Mr. Babatunde Bamigboye, all right. Thank you so much for helping with that already. But just to confirm, Mr. Babatunde Bamigboye, please can you confirm you're here with me, sir?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. I must mention that, Mr. Bamigboye has been a very, very busy man lately. It was just this morning I was able to finally catch up with him, and he promised he was going to attend this session, and here he is. Mr. Bamigboye, we really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And of course, we look forward to the conversations. Also, Mr. Bidemi Olumide, thank you as well for joining us. Thank you, sir. And we look forward to this interesting conversations. So I'm going to take the citations very quickly, and I'll start with Mr. Bidemi Olumide. Now, Bidemi Olumide is a highly respected professional in both the legal and tax technology sectors. He serves as the partner and CEO of TaxAid, a firm specializing in tax management and TaxAid Technologies Limited, which focuses on automating tax functions and processes. In addition to his work with TaxAid, Bidemi is a managing partner of Anaje Olumide Oke and Akikube AO2 Law, a law firm where he provides strategic legal counsel and services to clients across various industries. With almost 20 years of experience, Bidemi has worked closely with both businesses and governments to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of tax and revenue administration processes. His expertise extends to sectors including agriculture, construction, energy, financial services, fast-moving consumer goods, information and communication technology, professional services, solid minerals, real estate, and transportation. Through his work, Bidemi has helped organizations leverage technology to automate processes, reduce cost, and achieve greater operational efficiency. A dual-qualified lawyer and a chartered tax practitioner, Bidemi is a member of the Nigerian Bar Association and the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. His deep understanding of regulatory frameworks, tax management, and the role of technology in business administration will offer value in this panel discussion. Thank you so much again for joining us, Mr. Bidemi Olumide. And I'm going to be going right away into Mr. Babatunde Bamigboye's citation, and I read. Babatunde Bamigboye is an accomplished legal practitioner and data governance expert, currently serving as the head of legal enforcement and regulations at the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC. In this role, he is responsible for ensuring compliance with data protection laws and regulations, overseeing the enforcement of legal frameworks that protect personal data across Nigeria. Babatunde brings a wealth of experience in data protection, having worked with various stakeholders to develop and implement policies that handling of personal information. His expertise in phase of the Data Protection Act, which is designed to protect the rights of individuals in relation to their personal data. Babatunde's in-depth knowledge of data security laws and his practical experience with the enforcement mechanisms within the Nigerian legal framework will provide essential insight into the regulatory and compliance aspects of data privacy in Africa. Now, we're going right away into our conversations, right, regarding this particular topic we'll be talking about today. That's the sub-theme, which is regulatory approaches and frameworks for digital safety in Africa. I've just read the citations of our panelists, and of course, going into an introduction into this conversation. You know, Africa's digital infrastructure is growing rapidly, but we have to understand and appreciate that. And of course, with this growth comes an increased risk of digital vulnerabilities that threaten the safety and privacy of individuals and organizations alike. You know, for when we look at it, we consider things like cyber attacks, you know, privacy breaches. These threats are real, and there's definitely a need for strong regulatory frameworks. I mean, it's a more pressing need than ever, but you will have to agree with me. So in this session, we'll be exploring what practical steps, you know, that African nations can take to implement what regulatory measures that can protect their digital safety. And we aim to address various aspects, you know, from standardized cybersecurity policies, you know, cross-sector collaborations, and addressing even the need for, you know, vulnerable populations and adapting to emerging technologies. Some of this were spoken about yesterday, especially in terms of the vulnerable groups. And, you know, our hope today is that the discussions will yield actionable insights that can guide the development of the comprehensive digital safety frameworks tailored to need. So we're going to be hearing from our speakers. I mean, our panelists very quickly, very brief introductions. At this point, I'll be inviting our speakers to just, you know, give us a brief overview of their perspectives on regulatory approaches for digital safety in Africa. You know, in about 5 minutes, just give us more like an introduction. So I think I'll start at this point with Mr. Bidemi. I want to save, I don't want to say the best for last, because Mr. Bamboye, you'll be facing more of the fire from me today, sir. You know, you are our regulator in-house. So definitely, and Nigeria being the host of this Africa Data Security Conclave means you're technically our host, if I should say, sir. So we're going to be giving you more of the fire, but I want Mr. Bidemi to start first. So Bidemi, could you, you know, start us off with your insight on Africa's digital safety policies and the specific vulnerabilities our continent faces? Maybe say in about 5 to 10, about 5 minutes, you could just give us your general overview on this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Benga. So you're not the only one who is going to put Ms. Dr. Bamigoye on the hot seat. I think I should forget that I'm a fellow panelist. I should be looking to draw a lot from his wealth of wisdom and knowledge, but more importantly, also put him on the hot seat in ensuring that as he leaves the conclave, we both agree that there is much more work to be done and the aspects that we need to work on. Clearly, I mean, from the topic itself, you say regulatory approaches. I am not a regulator. Dr. Bamigoye is a regulator. And I'm here to ask the questions rather than more than answer them. But I mean, that's on the lighter note anyway. I mean, I would say that what we started in Nigeria, which seems to be taking the wave across Africa and perhaps in some other places across the globe, which is the public-private partnership model to resolving the issues around data security, although we call it data protection, but I mean, we make it a little bit much more broader. Our public, and I say our ingenious approach, right, to a public-private partnership model to addressing the challenges of data security, right, has set a sort of a pace, sort of a standard for the larger data security market, right? Not just in Africa, like I said earlier, but perhaps in some other places across the globe. But then that is our win as our 2019. That is what we came up with in 2019 under the leadership of Dr. Issa Pantami and the current leadership of the Nigerian Data Protection Commission. But since then, what more have we done, right, in terms of what I would call very practical interventions, very practical mechanisms, both in the preventive state and in the reactive stage. So preventive in the sense of the frameworks for digital safety, apart from the early warnings we hear, what are some of those other practical initiatives and steps we've taken? It will be very important that in the course of the conversation, we are highlighting them, itemizing them. And I want to tell participants that perhaps that's a lot of what you're going to hear from Dr. Bangboye and myself. So long and short, what I'm saying is that let's leave our wins and let's look at the work ahead. Much of the work ahead in terms of the very, very practical steps, especially aided and coming from the regulator and to be implemented by the private sector that I represent, is what, by way of an overview, is what the participants really will be hearing this afternoon. So please, let's take down our notes and let's question some of those initiatives and some of those thoughts that you'll be hearing from Dr. Bangboye and myself. Thank you, Benga.
All right, thank you so much for that very elaborate introduction, Bidemi, and of course, thanks for also pointing it out to us that you represent the private sector here mostly, while Mr. Bangboye will be taking more of the fire, as we said, especially being the regulator here. So thank you again for that. Of course, it's important to understand that both sides play very big role. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now, but I'm very sure you might have mentioned one or two interesting things that we lost, but then you can go ahead.
Oh, apologies for that. I guess I hope it was not a network glitch or something. So basically what I was saying was that it's good to know that you emphasize the fact that you represent the private sector, especially here, while Mr. Bangboye will be speaking more from the part of the regulator when looking at regulatory frameworks in any event. And I also mentioned that you can't take away the parts that both sides play in this space. Interestingly, when it comes to compliance now, we tend to find more of this happening from the private sector, who again are always the ones who tend to drive real innovation and development in every economy. But then we also want to see how these regulatory frameworks can play their own role actively in making sure there is a balance to it. So Mr. Bangboye, welcome again. And of course, we want to have your introduction at this point. And I want to look at it from your area as a legal expert now. What would be your perspective on what are the legal challenges and importance of creating an inclusive regulatory, creating inclusive regulatory policies? Basically, what are some of these challenges as much as possible? Where a lot of people say that, oh, these guys can do more, they can do a lot more, we are not there yet and all of that. And forgetting that it's also possible that even these regulators themselves, you also have your own challenges you go with. There are a lot of bottlenecks you have to combat with, constitutional compliance and among many other things. So I wanted to just, give us a quick insight into that as part of your introduction. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, the moderator and my brother, Mr. Olumide. It's good to catch up with you again, and morning to all our participants. We bring you good tidings from the Nigeria Data Protection Commission. And we extend the greetings of our National Commissioner, Dr. Vincent Olatunji. We are excited always to engage with our stakeholders. And this lends itself yet as another opportunity to speak with stakeholders. And I personally am excited to be here as well. I will do my best to, to answer your questions within the confines of, my office and law. So by way of introduction, the regulatory landscape for data security in Africa is evolving, is interesting, is checkered, I may say. And it is not peculiar to Africa. It is all over the world. If you start with, I think the first convention, that is maybe Convention 108, almost over 40 years ago now, you have that in place, and you have had other instruments from one jurisdiction to the other, particularly the European jurisdiction. You have the directive of 1995. You have the EU GDPR, that is on the global scale, to tell you that it's checkered. Coming to Africa, you have the Malabo Convention to contend with. You have the data policy. You now also have the digital trade protocol. Not just Africa as well. If you come to ECOWAS, within ECOWAS, you have the ECOWAS. Supplementary Act on Personal Data Protection. You have this in place. At the African level, maybe I didn't mention that name, that's the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection under the African Union. So all of these, we point to the fact that the field is really not settled. And even within the level of the private arrangements, you also have standards such as the ISOs that you could also look at. You have the NIST. All of these apply. It tells you that there is actually no, it's not a settled field, of course. And without that, it now comes to the era of whether there are challenges. When you are faced with a whirlpool of regulations, so you are contending with what you even call disruptive technologies, it disrupts things by the very name, then certainly you will know that there are challenges. There will be challenges in terms of, do you have the resources to counter? If once your resources, for instance, they are provided for on a yearly basis, but the disruptions that you face, they come maybe on daily basis. So you can only plan generally that this you will spend this amount on, on data security, on cyber security, or data privacy and protection, as the case may be. But of course, the challenges are out there. And the one particular area that people also need to focus on is the fact that privacy is as unique as every individual on earth. Over 8 billion people you have on earth. So everybody has the right to determine what privacy is relating to him. It's not like you run the traffic lights, you're going by the roadside and everybody knows that this is the sign and all of those. Every individual has a right, ab initio. He may get to court and the court will say, no, this is not the case, this is not the case. But ab initio, it is fundamental, it is your own right. So you have to take that fact also into consideration every time that you deal with people on case-by-case basis before you begin to form their principles. Then the technology as well. Sometimes you are proactive and mostly you are even proactive. But it takes one error. It takes just one bridge for your whole work to come to naught, as it were. So you could be safe 99.9% of the time, and then just that 1% chance may look like you haven't done anything at all in terms of weakling. So the technology challenges are there, the human resource challenges are there, because this space is such that it is so volatile in terms of labor. People move from one job to the other, and can governments actually compete in terms of payments or emoluments to workers? Hardly. So those that you find in the space majorly are those who really believe in the regulatory space, who want to give back to the country, to be sincere with you. So that challenge is there for everybody to see, and then coming up with regulations, trying to manage stakeholders like I said in my introduction, all this, everybody has an idea about what privacy is, and they are entitled to have that. So if you are not going to have a law that now codifies all of these notions by, at least for Nigeria, over 200 million people, you will agree with me that it is really not a joke. When you are putting it there, others are putting it there, some are putting it the other way. And it is now your responsibility to find the best equilibrium of law to get going. So basically, that is by way of introduction and our challenges, but thankfully, we are on top of it. Right, I'm done. Over to you, Mr. Gbenga.
Okay, sorry, I started talking already. I forgot to unmute myself. Thank you so much for that very insightful perspective and introduction as well, Mr. Bamboyi. Very detailed. From what I could get from there, basically shows that this is not an easy job. That would be my own underlying statement or my own summary of it. So from the regulator's perspective, it's really not an easy job. There's a lot that has to be dealt with. But basically, a lot of achievements have been recorded, but we are not there yet, and there's always room for improvement. Is what I will take. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Bamboyi, from your response there on your perspective on the legal challenges and importance of creating an inclusive regulatory policy or inclusive regulatory policies, as it were. So we'll go into the key talking points at this point, this time now, and our discussion will center on several key points, that are critical for creating effective and on the topic. Basically, anyone, I would just like you, Mr. Bamibo. So the first one I want us to focus on here is the key components of a comprehensive digital safety framework. So let's discuss what a comprehensive digital safety regulatory framework for Africa should include. So the question here will be, what fundamental policies and legal structure form, the backbone of Africa's digital safety framework? And I'll give you that question, Mr. Mboye, again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you once again, Binga.
Hello, Mr. Bamboye.
Okay. Am I?
All right.
All right. Can you hear me?
You're audible. We can hear you now. Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you very much. Indeed. First, we have to contend with the principle of interoperability. That's the first thing to take into account, that in anything we want to do, even though this is Africa, we use the same cyberspace as the whole world. Yeah. So we have to understand that. So in crafting our own regulations, we have to put this into account. There is another principle called the principle of judicial committee or international committee as well. What it means again is that we have to respect or take into account the decisions reached by regulators in other jurisdictions, not just even in West Africa or Africa, but all over the world. Why? Because a provider of service in Hong Kong may be targeting people in Nigeria or may be accessible by people in Nigeria as well. So if a decision is reached on what it means, electronic, let's say evidence, for instance, or electronic signatures, or even your rights, the lawful basis of processing, and the decision is reached in, you could say CIJO, you could even say Taiwan or any part of the world. If it comes to your attention as a country, and particularly as a regulator, you have to take all of this into account. So you have things in mind when you are approaching the regulatory table or workshop, as the case may be. Now, more specifically within your domain, you have to also look at the vulnerability. What are the vulnerability of your own people? What would you like to address? That means you are approaching regulation from a risk-based approach. You can come, for instance, I can give you a scenario where under the GDPR, where race is a sensitive personal data. But when you come to Africa, particularly Nigeria, no, it is hardly a question of sensitivity to say that you come from one particular, part of the country or the other. In our own case. But then, because of the principles that I have mentioned of comity as well as interoperability, you must have to admit that race, sexual life, and all of those becomes something you need to take into consideration. But in our own case, of course, now we have our peculiarity. And globally, of course, again, regulators have put broad principles in place to be able to accommodate peculiarities in each region. For instance, if a framework says you should conduct data privacy impact assessment, it means therefore that everywhere, every time you want to process data, you are going to deploy any technology that may significantly affect the privacy of individuals, pose significant risk to their privacy, then of course you are expected to look at certain things. Thankfully for us, we are crafting the guide, the General Application and Implementation Directive, which will soon come out. We are looking at by maybe this month. Without that, we are working seriously on that. We have identified certain things that our own frameworks must take into account. And that the first is the age of the data subject. Let's use that word, of the data subject, the health, the physical disability, the lack of capacity to exercise free will, education, data literacy, and access to cybersecurity support. For instance, you give a device to someone and say, okay, start using this device. This person will live with that device. Will he have access to internet? Will he have access to those patches that will enable the device to be protected and the data thereof to be protected at all times? You have to take all of this into account, and we call it data subject vulnerability index. All of this you put into account, and then if you now look specifically at the law itself, it provides for principles. I know this is a short answer. I mean, this is just one question, so don't let me finish all the answers to the questions only on one question. So you look at principles, lawful basis. These are things that are there, and data subjects rights. So if there are specific questions in this regard, we have opportunity to explain what those specifics are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bamboy. Detailed, very, very detailed responses there as we were exploring those fundamental policies and legal structures that should form the backbone of Africa's digital safety net framework. And I like the fact that you approached it, especially from your experience at the NDPC, because right now Nigeria happens. I mean, I know it's an Africa Data Security Conclave, but then the rest of Africa would have to admit that, I mean, across Africa, the securities, the policies and legal structure framework that the Nigerian Data Protection Commission has put in place, continues to serve as, as a source of inspiration, if I should say, or basically sets the pace for many other African countries. Yes. So thank you so much for that response there. We'll be going to the second talking point here. And I don't know if Mr. Olumide wants to maybe cross-examine. There are just two of you here anyway. Probably you want to, throw your weight behind that or add anything to what Mr. Bamboy has said regarding the first talking point there, which focuses on the key components of a comprehensive digital safety framework. Mr. Olumide, would you want to add anything to that, or we should just go into the second talking point?
My regulator has answered it all. Just the only point I need to add, and I think it touched on it, and that is when we look at our cultural setup, right, and the peculiarities of our environment in coming up with our regulations. For example, the gate that we have all been waiting for, which Dr. Bamboye said we should be out anytime soon. The question I continue to ask myself is, given our cultural setup, given the diversity in our in the country, I mean, using Nigeria, and I think this prototype also applies to all of Africa, is how can we reduce language, right, into such a way that the market woman across the street understands the conversation, because pretty much of the conversations we are having around cybersecurity policies or data security conversations are so much embroiled in a lot of grammar, in a lot of sophisticated language, that we should be able to, the heart of genius should be able to reduce it into very, very simple snippets that, I mean, the average Joe on the street can relate and understands the conversation. So I think that would be the larger challenge in the sense that, I mean, it could be as simple as reducing GAID into the more widely spoken languages. It could be as simple as, rather than providing it in very elaborate text formats that only big grammarians like Mr. Shile can understand and can relate with, it could be in pictographs, it could be in, I mean, effective communication really is what I'm aiming at. So I think if there is effective communication, perhaps the enlightenment and the knowledge that is needed across board in Africa in terms of, I mean, the regulator reaching the people, right, becomes much more easier, and at least the objective they want to achieve is much better achieved. So I think effective communication, taking into our context our socio-cultural environment, the fact that not everyone is as lettered or as sophisticated, is just a little point I needed to add. Thank you again.
All right, thank you very much for that insightful intervention, Mr. Olumide. Yeah, very true, very true. You know, Africa still remains, you know, one of the continents with the largest, I dare to say, you know, ethnic number of ethnic groups and all that. Nigeria, for instance, has over 250. So you can imagine if that digital divide, that language barrier is not effectively, you know, channeled, effectively handled. Where, for example, we have English, we have Arabic, and across Africa, and we have French, we have Portuguese, and all that, among many other indigenous languages. So if the conversation is not broken down into, I mean, this is me just corroborating Mr. Olumide this point, that if it's not broken down to the grassroots, where it's a simple, that simplicity is put to it, then it could always still be a barrier. Thank you very much for that point, and I'll be adding to your conversation right now as we look at the second talking point, which is about standardizing national cybersecurity policies across Africa. Basically, this question seeks to know how can we find a way to harmonize it, as much as, you know, we have some level of similarities across many African jurisdictions when it comes to their digital processes or their data security processes, among other things. What would that be? What would be that standard should we be looking at? You know, basically, this standardized. The quote for me here is that standardizing policies can help protect critical infrastructure across the continent, but then it's often easier said than done. So what are the biggest challenges in standardizing cybersecurity policies across Africa, you know, and how might we overcome them? Now, this is for you, Mr. Olumide. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And I think Dr. Wangboye hinged on that a bit when he said something profound. I took, sorry, I'm writing, I'm taking notes. I mean, it's a school for me today, right? When he said something that regulators in a particular jurisdiction have to pay attention to the decisions and the actions of regulators in other jurisdictions. That was profound, because it speaks to the answer to the question you asked me. And I think the answer in one word for me is cooperation. That's just the word I'll use, cooperation. So yeah, like we say, data security is a global conversation. It's not, yes, to an extent, because of your legislation, you could say it's jurisdictional and all of that. It has the nuances of what applies in your jurisdiction, but it is a global conversation across the world. The principles of data processing are almost the same. It's the same conversation I'm having in Nigeria that I'm having in the United States. So if that is the case, why should we then not seek further cooperation in ensuring that the lexicon is almost similar? I always make jest of using data processors, some also using data administrators. I mean, that's on the lighter note, right? But then if we could harmonize language, right? So what is happening if you're in Nigeria, because it's the same if I move across, in any event, I don't even need to move across border for my data to be processed in any other jurisdiction. So if my data is being processed easily in Nigeria and in the UK, by virtue of my interaction or relationship there, whatever it is, it's going to be processed there. So why can't the regulators, why can't the private sector practitioners in the space speak similar and one language? So cooperation is the word for me. But like you say, cooperation is easier said than done. How you're able to achieve cooperation is through mechanisms like intense stakeholder engagement. So this is me voting that whoever is in charge of Dr. Bamiboye's budget should please increase much more money for international travels, because he needs to travel globally. I mean, but then of course, some of them can be achieved by Zoom or by some of the networks we are using, but we know that the conversation sometimes is better. I mean, physically, I mean, at the Africa Data Security Conclave, we've just decided to approach it using using the internet to pass the message across, because we believe that it becomes cheaper for people to participate in the conversation than if they have to travel across Africa to sit with us, whether in Lagos, Abuja, anywhere we choose to hold. But you can't say that about regulators. Regulators have to meet. We have to understand, they have to understand the nuances of the conversation. Permit me to say that the work of a regulator sometimes sometimes on diplomacy, because then you have to understand why the other person is saying what he's saying. And sometimes it is not by us smiling on ourselves on Zoom that we don't understand that. Sometimes it's about you sitting down with the next man and sharing a glass of champagne. Who knows? So international cooperation, regional cooperation, local cooperation, permit me to use my word again, stakeholder engagement is not cheap. I mean, I run businesses. I know what it takes when I want another person to see my side or my point of view and why we need to agree, and trying to keep the conversation very formal, or trying to put on my bow tie like Dr. Bagboye's put on ears, right? Sometimes might not be it. It might just be us sitting down. So I think I've rehashed the point that we need more cooperation. We need more stakeholder engagement, right? When these conversations are had, it makes it easier, right? And at these conversations, oftentimes are not at the level of policy making, really largely. I always say that always follow the PLA principle. It's policy, law, administration. It's policy first, law next, then administration. Policy making, we have to sit, we have to talk, we have to go through the issues before we get to the legislatures who put it in black and white. Putting it in black and white, even though it appears that that should be sometimes now the more expensive side of things, whereas policy should really be the more expensive side of the coin, but then it's what it is. But then as soon as the lawmakers have made the law is not going to jump, in the text in which it's written and start floating around the streets, right? You then need the administrators. You need the administrators who understand not just the letters of the law, but the spirit of the law, right? And the policies that even gave birth to the law in the first place. I'm always proud when I speak about an interaction I once had with Dr. Vincent Olatunji when the Nigerian Data Protection, when it was still a regulation, And a lot of us on the private sector side were really harping on the fact that, look, we can't get action. We were looking for action. Like, this law looks good. We need to do this. We need to do that. You guys need to enforce and enforce and enforce. And Dr. Onato just smiled. He said, wait a minute, right? We're going to enforce, but we need to engage, right? Now that's an administrator per excellence speaking, knowing that, look, before you start hammering the law on every Tom, Dick, and Harry, you want to have ensured that you've sufficiently had the conversation, you've spoken the spirit of things. Because at the end of the day, what we're really looking for is reformation. At the end of the day, what we're looking for is change. And change is better said, it's easier said than done. So perhaps I'll stop at this point and like Dr. Bamboye said, let me not finish the conversation on just one question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. I mean, that you've actually taken a bit of my talking point 3, so I might not just dwell on that again. I took the points where you mentioned, especially in terms of the cooperation that is needed. There needs to be more engagement. And the best way to engage really sometimes is understanding what's also going on the other side. You also want to check, I don't want to say your competitors now because this is not exactly a business, but your counterparts. You also want to know what's happening in other African countries. What are their challenges? Some challenges you might be facing as a country might be challenges they have surmounted. You want to know how do they surmount such challenges. You want to have the stakeholder forums from time to time to see how you can learn from one another. And basically, as they say in our pidgin parlance, now cooperation make a fool. I mean, is it pot full or something like that? So basically, that's the talking point 3 was going to be in terms of cross-sector collaborations for effective regulation. But then I think some of it has already been talked about in terms of the national space, which are a lot of what Mr. Olubide had said already. But before I go there, I don't know if Mr. Bamboye wants to maybe add 1 or 2, or should we just move along to the last point? Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I appreciate the honor being conferred on me. Mr. Bidemi has a university. Somehow he has conferred on me the degree of a doctor. That's the highest degree in the university. So I look forward to that. But let me enjoy the accolade for now. So be that as it may, the idea. Let me start with GAID and let me speak to the issue first around the cooperation, around the effective communication, and the issue of language, which is very key. If you are going to cooperate, we must speak the similar language, if not the same language. And that is the point I made about interoperability. You could get to various jurisdictions and the names are different, the references are different, the concepts are different, just here and there. Everybody just try to do their thing. How does that help us? But you see, to be honest, everyone who sits on a regulatory table, if you are the one to take the final decision, you take more than one thing into account. And when we get commentaries, on GAID alone, we received hundreds of commentaries. Some are convergent, some are divergent. And all of them, they speak from valid point of view that nobody spoke rubbish, to be honest, but they spoke from their point of view, and that must be acknowledged that these people are entitled. And so you have that in all jurisdictions. Now, you see, to illustrate with GAID, we can say that GAID itself is a codification of norms. It is not necessarily what an individual who is really not so learned or really so educated can say yes, because to be honest, there is what you call data illiteracy. Many of us, you have traveled to maybe out of the country, And then there are directions on the road. This is where you are going to. But at every point in time, we come from a culture where you rather ask people, even when as simple as this is the office of Dr. So. You could be asked, standing in the office, in front of that office, and still be asking, is this the office of this person? Whereas it is written, just the name is there. I'm going to this street. Meanwhile, there is a sign by the time you are entering the street that this is the name of the street. How do you want that to be simplified further? The truth of the matter is that is our culture. Those who know how to read, there is what you call illiteracy, not wanting to read. Now, what follows, again, are specific types. There is this thing that comes from Professor Solov. That's from, I think, George Washington University, yes. I had the privilege of meeting him in person when I was doing my fellow in DC recently. And as a professor, he comes up with cartoons to explain, to explain the concepts of data privacy and cybersecurity. Cartoon. So what could be simpler than that? Now, you will not issue cartoon as a directive. But once there is a directive, you can use cartoon to explain it. You can use so many things to illustrate. We have had instances, and that is where the challenge comes from. We have had instances where we organize pre-action conference, and somebody will tell us that this is nice to have. It's not binding. The way you have put it doesn't mean that it has to be obeyed, to be honest with you. And I appreciate what Mr. Olumide said when he said that regulators need to meet. It's not only government that can sponsor regulators to travel around the world, because there are competing needs. There are so many things that we should have attended, and you are really very right, sir. Just last week, I think, we came back from Jesse, from the Global Privacy Assembly. I just want to buttress what he said. And I think even if that is the only thing that we learn from all of this, we will on the importance of being together, that body language that he mentioned. So I did a research in DC on the South African Data Protection Act. I looked at the cross-border data transfer under whether South Africa, we are going to come up with our own adequacy white list and all of those. And I looked at the South African Act, and I think Section 72 thereabout. And that act didn't say that the data authority, the data protection authority should be the one to approve cross-border transfer instrument. That was strange. And you have the standard everywhere. So if the data of Nigeria is moving to South Africa, and then the data controllers in South Africa can just move the data away without the approval of the data authority. So I said in my own research that it is implicit that the authority would approve. But believe you me, I sat with the chairperson, the chair of the Data Protection Authority in South Africa. I sat with her in Jersey, attending the Global Privacy Assembly. And she now pointed it out to me that they don't approve. I said, no, you have the power. But she argued that no, this and that. But then they are back in court. But thankfully, during the assembly, we reached part of the resolution is that data protection authorities must approve cross-border transfer instruments. Apart from the adequacy, you don't just transfer data on your own. Meanwhile, in her country, although personally she believes that yes, it should be done, but there are people in the country who believe that no, the authorities shouldn't meddle in that space. So by sitting together, we are able to come up with what seems reasonable to everybody, and working. So generally, in terms of what we need to do, I tell you, there is a manual called the Tallinn manual. Tallinn is in Estonia. They develop fantastic principles around international law of cyber operations. And even at that level, there is still no agreement as to what should be the standard. There are only recommendations. From under the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, it says that you must have definitions, common understanding of this definition of key concepts. You must have the same understanding on who should access data. You must have a similar understanding on how to address the issue of cross-border data flows, as I just explained. You must be able to come together on seeing data as public good in terms of open data and what should be open to the general public, because all of this will come to, okay, what are you now using cybersecurity to prevent? You must agree on data rights and principles. What I have this right in Nigeria is the right similar to those that we have in South Africa as well. You must also agree on tax, because if the guy in Hong Kong, as I mentioned, we also sat with that, the authority from Hong Kong as well. If the guy in Hong Kong wants to take tax, the guy in Nigeria also wants to take tax, then we have to actually agree on all of these principles and the value of data. We must be able to sit down occasionally. It will be expensive at this stage because it is the formative stage globally. Yeah. At some point, once the principles are properly codified, and then we can have Zoom meetings, we can do quite a number of things and all of those. But for now, I think these are principles that we need to abide by in terms of standardization. And I must also add this last point, that the idea of sovereignty, inviolability of the cyberspace is also very key. At what point, the American soldier or any soldier, for instance, now cannot come directly into your territory. That would be evidently breach of your sovereign integrity or territorial integrity. But in terms of cyberspace, you can see people conducting hostile acts in the cyberspace, entering into another country's cyberspace. How do you define that? What is the limits to that? So there is still no framework to address all of this, except, of course, that when regulators meet, we try to use diplomacy to say, okay, this is allowed and that is not allowed, or this shouldn't be done in any way. And maybe by and by, we can have what you can later on refer to as the custom of the international space in terms of data security or cyber security. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bamboye. That was a rich one. That was very, very, very detailed. Of course, helps us effectively address a lot from the standardizing process, for national cybersecurity policies across Africa. And of course, it also touches a bit on what I was going to talk about earlier about the cross-sector collaboration. So here, I wanted us to actually review the, cross-sector collaboration for effective regulation. That is, with my quote here being a key part of effective regulation is collaboration between governments, the private sector, and civil society, which I want to believe that a lot has been done regarding governments, talking about, the need for more stakeholder engagements across different jurisdictions across Africa. But now, can we just very quickly, touch on the private sector and the civil society, in terms of these collaborations? Now, how can these collaborations be established effectively? And who should lead these initiatives for the best outcomes? When you talk about the private sector particularly and the civil society, who should really be leading these initiatives, and how can these collaborations be effectively established? I think, Mr. Olumide, you want to take that side, please. And then we'll, of course, get a counter conversation from Mr. Bamboye. Mr. Olumide, please, over to you again.
It's not a counter.
Not a counter, but a support, rather. That would be a support.
I wanted to complete the statement when it was said that it is not only the government that needs to sponsor regulators and administrators. But since that statement is not completed, I would hold my, right. Anyway, thanks for the question. I think your question, I mean, I think we've talked much about cooperation and collaboration, so there's no need to belabor it. But I think the interesting part of the question is that we should lead the charge. Anyone can lead the charge. I mean, anyone can lead the charge. To leave it alone to government, I mean, just like was said by Honorary Dr. Bangboye, all right, it would be I mean, we'll be foolhardy, right? I mean, it's our society, it's our space. So who bails the cat, right? We should really be you who, I mean, is more, I mean, it's come to the awareness of the situation, right? And I mean, and then reaches to government and so. And I think we said public-private partnership. I want to believe that your introduction of civil society. Civil society, I want to believe, also sits on the private sector end of the divide. So I think the collaborations are important. I don't think the private sector should wait for government to initiate all the moves. We must, as part of our corporate social responsibility in the private sector, know when it's appropriate to bail the cat and put our monies where our mouth is. The only thing we're going to ask, I was a bit interested when I heard tax, because it's always very rare that you hear the conversations around taxation when we talk about, apart from when we're talking about the realms of personal data in the personal income tax space and all of that. But when you hear about government trying to get tax from maybe perhaps transfer of data internationally and all of that, it becomes very interesting. So I'll equip, right, that on the side of taxation too, since Mr. Bangboye is of the government side, some of the monies that the private sector will spend in this space too, of course, government should also see a way of giving us some rebates to make some of those deductible, if it's possible, in terms of when it comes to, I mean, our income taxes. Because again, collaboration, cooperation, advocacy, for example, what we're trying to do in the ADSC right now, sometimes do not come very cheap. And if businesses are seen spending there, at least if government can't give us, some, because they can't give us capital allowances or not of that in it, but they should at least make those expenses allowable, right, for purposes of tax deduction. So no questions should be asked that why are we spending monies on the NDPC when we know that the NDPC requires much more than the government grants and the government allocation it gets. So again, I think the summary of what I just said is this: international cooperation, local cooperation, collaboration efforts, and a lot of the things we talk about do not come cheap. Monies have to be spent, and those monies must be recognized for what they have. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. Thank you very much. Understanding the fact that, again, these things don't come cheap, and as much as possible, the private sector needs that encouragement too. They need that encouragement. If for some ways these things could be netted off, but these conversations can always be had, I believe. Now that takes us to the next talking point there, which where we're looking at vulnerable populations in digital safety protocols. Now, it's essential that digital safety frameworks protect everyone, especially vulnerable populations like children, the elderly, and those in rural areas. For the major challenges that occur, we have our children, the young ones, the vulnerable ones who have access to some, some serious, some devices, some gadgets these days that they're able to just push out their data here and there, unknowingly, not knowing that these digital footprints can be, can be used, unethically online and all that. So what are these things? What are those things we should want to consider? So the question here will be, what strategies can regulators implement to ensure vulnerable populations are not left out of digital safety frameworks? I think you touched on one or two of it earlier, a bit on this earlier on, Mr. Bangboye, but I'll still want you to look at it now strictly from this perspective, from the perspective of the vulnerable population in digital safety protocols. So what are the strategies that are already been implemented, by as a regulator, what's already been done and what can still be done, or what is currently being considered to ensure that vulnerable populations are not left out of digital safety frameworks, especially considering the fact that these vulnerable populations don't only refer to children. We have those in the rural areas, where in those deep ends, we have some areas where they have little or nothing next to any kind of real developments, in those areas. How are this, what strategies can be implemented or are currently being implemented? Thank you so much, Mr. Bamboye. The floor is yours, sir.
All right, thank you once again. I think the very first thing is, as we said, is to approach regulation from risk perspective. Once you are able to identify the risk, then you may be able to, by law, by policy, or by any other instruments, provide effectively on how that should be addressed. And it involves, of course, stakeholder engagement. It involves quite a number of things. There is a framework there is a framework being pushed by NIDA now. It is called a regulatory intelligence framework. That is, try to gather as much intelligence as possible before you issue your framework. So in respect of our vulnerable group, we have taken that into account when and I think Nigeria should be proud of itself in terms of advancing new concepts in the data privacy space, and which are being validated over and over again. Earlier on, I mentioned the issue of data subject vulnerability index. There must be, and we have provided what this index is. You mentioned some of them: age, education, and whether the person has capacity to exercise free will at the point that he is making, his claim, or is, engaging in the space. Now, apart from that, we realize that there is a need on the part of even those who come up with products and products in the digital space to be privacy conscious. There is a principle called privacy by design and by default. By design, that is at the design stage or the design of your solution that will process data, make sure that it has privacy supporting components in it. And then at the point of deployment itself, it is by default on privacy mode, such that data is not being collected unless the data subject intentionally, consciously, in full consciousness, I must say, not by accident, in full consciousness, enables certain capabilities for the data to be processed. You must avoid what you call dark patterns. For instance, you go to a website and then there is cookie, or there are cookies that will process your personal data. And then they just put the cookie banner somewhere where probably nobody will even notice it, at the very bottom of the page, that it could easily be ignored. You have this challenge, and then we believe that there should be regulation around all of this. Cookies, for instance, it should not be pre-selected. Let the data subject be able to, be able to make that decision himself or herself. Then there is what you call data ethics. Data ethics as well. That is why on data ethics, we intentionally put duty of care in our own law. That is putting the responsibility on the data controller and the data processor to attain the highest standard of care in terms of protecting the data of the data subject as well on any platform. So with data subject vulnerability index, then again, there is what you call DPIA, that is data privacy impact assessment. You must do this as well. We must also mandate penetration testing, vulnerability testing of our platforms. We must carry out training. And Mr. Olumide mentioned that we must look at the issue of language. Yes, the law may proceed as a code, norms, that when you go to court, there is no risk of inexactitude. That's what the regulator means. That is the starting point. Everybody understands that this is it. If we say it's ultra, it's ultra. But if we say it's not really ultra, it's something else, what do you mean by that? I can illustrate again. If I said I attended school 1, what do you mean by school tier 1? Do you mean you attended primary school, which is a language that really carries the word that carries the level where you are, primary school, or I attended school 2 or secondary school? You know, when these concepts are coming for the first time, people, when they are setting up the formal education system, why did you call it primary school? Why did you call it secondary school? Why did you call it a university? Why didn't you just say it's level 3 or level 2 or level 1? And then you will start explaining what all of this means. So by the time you have that code at the higher level, at some point, it's still the responsibility of the regulator to still break it down further, and the responsibility of the practitioners in the space to help break it down, working with the regulator. Like I mentioned the case of Professor Solo, who one of the foremost, if not the foremost, privacy lawyer in the US. He teaches, I mean, he creates awareness with cartoons explaining all of this. So we must get to the level of the individuals. Just I think about 2 days ago or 3 days ago, we signed the commission signed an MOU with an influencer in the cyberspace. I mean, in the social media space, Eni Olua. Many people are familiar with this guy. Eni Olua, when Eni Olua is talking about, or we start talking about privacy, he won't be quoting guide as it were, or be quoting law as it were. I think they will be breaking it down at the simplest possible level. But we shouldn't make any mistake about it. We shouldn't run the risk of inexactitude in whatever we do, because if we explain it this way, we can say, oh yeah, but once the law is clear, ultimately, does it protect the data subject, or does it leave them more vulnerable? So you have to craft your law in such a way that at least the data subject is protected. Anyone who wants to now interpret, yes, interpretation can come one way or the other, but let it not lead to an interpretation that weakens, you know, the whole essence of data privacy and protection. So this is the stage where we are, and that is where your other question comes in about collaboration and cooperation. We urgently, like yesterday, we need that cooperation. We need that collaboration to be able to reach the vulnerable group. Jesse always talking about indigenous communities. There are communities in Nigeria that they are not even up to a local government. They don't even form a whole local government. How much more? Talk about a state. Who is speaking on their behalf? Who is processing their data? How are they incorporated into the data governance framework of the entire country, as it were, as a collective? These are things that we, the society or the global, regulators are beginning, to take into account, because these are also the vulnerable people. And to tell you, we need all the support that we can get to make sure that we get to the very last mile in privacy and protection, at least in the fourth industrial revolution.
Thank you so much again, Mr. Bamboy, for that. Very, very detailed. I've been making notes all the while. Trust many of us also have been doing that. Talked about highlighting the risks, first and foremost, understanding. Thanks again for answering that, for bringing for that particular area where we talked about the vulnerable groups, talking about the data subject vulnerability index, considering their age, their education, the capacity to exercise free will at the point of exercising, the data protection rights one way or the other and all that. Of course, those who are going to be coming up with solutions and which we see constantly happening these days, they should also, put that privacy supporting components in place, understanding that people's privacy needs to be protected as much as possible. Avoid dark patterns, make sure you have conscious content, and of course, abide by data protection ethics, among other things. You mentioned something about DPI and penetration testing too, and I noticed that one of our panelists from the previous session, Mr. Rokadote, he was supposed to be in session 3, but I guess he couldn't make it, but he's in now. So at some point, Mr. Rokadote, if you want to jump in at any point, please, maybe later on during when we have in the comments, but just to know you're still here, can you just show your hand? Or let's hear your voice, Mr. Rokadote, to confirm your...
Can you hear me?
All right, we can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Adote. How are you? Thanks for you missed session 3, but here you are in session 4. So we'll probably have 1 or 2 insights from you at some point. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, and please, to our audience, if you have any questions at any point, please feel free to begin to drop them in the comment section. We're still going to have time to ask and answer questions, definitely, but then it just allows us to prepare ahead, and possibly any of our panelists could just answer the questions on the go. Thank you again, Mr. Bamboye, and that takes me to the next talking point here, where we're looking at efficient incident reporting and response mechanisms. And my quote here will be, quick and secure reporting and response within organizations can make a significant difference in mitigating damage during a security incident. Now, what role should government agencies play in supporting incident reporting and response frameworks? I want to take these questions to Mr. Bidemi Olumide, especially from the angle of, operating running a tech firm, a tech-based firm. And these are things that definitely always are very well associated with a lot of tech companies. You have a lot of incidents that happen and you have to report these things, the response mechanisms. What role should government agencies play in supporting these situations, incident reporting and response frameworks directly? Mr. Olumide, you have the floor, sir.
All right, thanks, Benga. I think on a lighter note, I think Mr. Bamboye needs to come and adopt RDB. It's called Report Data Breach. It's one of our products that we have, and it's essentially to address this issue of our reporting data breaches or incident reporting. We feel that largely there should be that tool that is available for immediate, constant, instant reporting of data breaches. We feel that, the way we designed RDB at that point in time was such that it collates every report whatsoever. It's a widget that every organization that is data protection compliant must have on their cyber address, that is on their website. You must have that widget. It's a report data breach widget that anyone who has an issue against you, once they get to your online presence, can almost communicate directly with the commission, put in your report, and it's an Autobot. So as an Autobot, it's able to interact with you as to what the real issues are. So at the end of the day, it filters through the reports that needs to get to the commission. It filters through the report for which you need to get your lawyer. It's also able to give you instant advice on the basis of extant laws. So that's one of those things we feel that if government is not going to produce it, the private sector must, just like we did, I think we developed RDB as far back as 2022. And I think we showcased, 2021, and we showcased it at the Privacy Week, which needs that then, not the NDPC, organized in 2022. So again, we think there must be such technologies, there should be such, and apart from something as elaborate as having a chatbot that must, which encourages whistleblowing as well in terms of incidents, there could be other very simpler solutions. It could be, the tax authority, sorry, I'm going to tax again. I wear dual hats, I'm a taxman. FIRS has come with *829# today. So we started to now ask, you're able to communicate with the tax authority. NDPC should be looking at data should be, maybe you help me, that should be star 21 something. I mean, if you take data or whatsoever, if you choose to do that, and coming from the same commission or coming from the same ministry as the ministry coming from the same ministry as the same ministry where we have the Nigerian Communications Commission, which are the Abingas of USSD codes. We think that having USSD platforms like this, for which incidents, right, could easily be reported to the commission, could also help a great deal. Again, there is no one road that leads to this market. The most important thing is that we need to ask the why. We need to ask the why, because once it becomes cultural for us that data breach incidents, in the sense, find a way or find an outlet, right? Almost immediately, some of the issues we're having around enforcement naturally finds a cure, because if people knows that, like the language they use in social media, by the time they drag you, so they say, by the time they drag you, you would conform or something like that. So I think a lot of that outlet needs to be provided by government. So this is one of those, this is one of those areas where I feel that I mean, a lot lies in the hands of regulator, or in the hands of regulators, in terms of providing the solutions around incident reporting. Now, for the private sector, we also don't want to be dragged. So because we don't want to be dragged, we really have to put in our own internal whistleblowing mechanisms in place that allows us to deal with a lot of these issues internally before it gets out there. So something like RDB from TaxTech also achieves that, because I think what we wanted to do then was an integration with NITA. But then if you house it within yourself and you have it as a widget on your platform or your website, if there are issues and people have a data breach incident to report, is it not better that you get to know of it first than the commission gets to know of it? Of course, by law, by regulation, there are certain data breaches that, as a data controller, you must notify the commission. There are some of those you must notify the commission by law, but then there are some you might not even be aware of, right? And just because you currently don't have a mechanism in place within your organization, right, to incident reports or data breach incident report. So again, if government is not yet coming through with USSA platforms or with certain platforms where information not just that information can be given or incidents can be reported, but those platforms themselves must be smart enough to filter the shaft away from the wheat. So you're able to understand people just playing and messing around with you from when they have concrete information. And it becomes very expensive. You have to get people, right, to sit on it and start answering questions. So certainly you have to develop it on as an Autobot or some machine learning language and all of that, so that at least you could have the sort of responses you have. And on the lighter note, I know there's a question for GB, Mr. GB, and I think that Rock is here, so I think he's the best person to answer all of those AI, IoT, and those very sexy names that some of us, I mean, confuses us anyway. So, but on a more serious note, still on the private sector end, I think some more stringent processes, right, in terms of incident response, right, needs to also be put in place. So it's not, let me give an analogy of taxation again. I mean, I once managed this particular company who the tax authority came to serve with a letter. And because the guy who came from the tax authority was a lazy guy, he just handed over the letter to the security man who wasn't trained. And the security man just put the letter under his mattress. And as far as the tax authority is concerned, right, we have given you notice of the fact that you are owing or we're coming to distrain you and all of that. The organization didn't see the letter, came the tax authority, and of course, they came to harass. Same thing could happen to incident reporting. Just imagine if incidents of some data breaches in your organization, because you don't have a response process or team or a system in place, that incident is being reported by someone who doesn't know what to do with that information. I just think that this is not one of those information I need to escalate. And interestingly, or fortunately for you, it really becomes a very valid a report or incident. You find yourself, right, dealing with a lot of, we call reputational risk. So in summary, government needs to be a little bit more creative to create avenues or platforms for incidents to easily be reported. Not everybody can engage the services of a lawyer or a DPCO or any other person to package and write some of those very nice letters to the commission. Not everybody knows the commission's social media handle, but even at that, social media is not the very best place to report these incidents. I mean, really, it's not the very best place. We know how viral that place can be. I mean, it's a public space and it's a market for what, I mean, for the want of a better word. So there should be more avenues, and I think it should likely be developed on Autobot frameworks that can allow AI also filter valid reports from nonsensical reports. And again, I am recommending that the RDB should be a template that perhaps government should look at. On the private sector side, you also want to put in place some very good whistleblowing mechanism that allows breaches from your own end and so to be reported. You might be so alarmed sometimes that some of the incidents or the breaches or some of the reports you get might not even be coming from the outside, might not be coming from those who are interacting with the organization, can actually even come from within the organization. From within the organization, disgruntled persons and all of that who do not have an outlet for grievance remediation within the system. So you really want to capture it, catch it on time, and be able to deal with it, right? But then most importantly, and lastly, for the private sector is that you must have an incident reporting mechanism, particularly a team in place that deals with data breach incidents and their reports so as to quell them before they escalate more than they should. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that very, very detailed response and insight. Again, Mr. Olumide, that was very, very detailed, especially regarding efficient incident reporting and response mechanisms. Yes, Mr. Bamboy, I don't know if you would like to maybe throw your weight again behind that, or let's see if there are any other gray areas or salient points you might want to point. That's talking points, that is. Mr. Bamboy.
Thank you very much. That was a professorial explanation of what needs to be done, both from regulatory points of view, as well as from organizational points of view, technical and organizational measure. That's apt. I think the only aspect I want to come in is what should trigger that report in itself. Should it be report? Because this goes to the this goes to the roots of interpretation. This goes to the roots of transparency in an organization. Some will tell you that there is no significant risk to the data subject, and therefore they don't want to report an incident. But we try to approach this cautiously from the Commission's point of view. Why? Because what seems insignificant to as a risk, I'm kind of getting a feedback. I don't know, maybe it's a network thing. It's trying to echo from my from, but I don't know, maybe my communication is smooth. All right.
It's better now. There's a slight glitch, but I think we're fine now, sir.
All right, great. So from our point of view, it is about what triggers all of the reporting. But nonetheless, whatever report it is, at least you should have internal mechanism for your report. For us, the law has mandated whether within 72 hours, you should notify the commission. Guide also is saying that apart from the commission, because what we are looking at is the mischief that is inherent in the breaches, how to address that particular mischief. It may be a pattern that is taking place. And by the time you report, or this another organization reports, will be able to see a pattern, then it becomes a national cybersecurity issue if we are being targeted, you know. But if you don't report and everybody keeps it, you may not be able to contain and deploy appropriate strategy to be able to contain whatever it is that is coming. So it is always good. But breach doesn't mean that the regulator will penalize you, but rather it demonstrates your own transparency. Another incident reporting, which is not necessarily the technical term for incident, but it's all still under the framework of what technically, legally you can call an incident. It is about complaints as well. We have developed under the gate the subjects, data subjects standard notice to address a grievance. This will also be automated as well, such that the way this is coming is to democratize the incident reporting process from the point of view of the data subject. Democratize it. You don't even have to notify the commission first, verbally or whatever means you want to communicate with the commission that it is taking place. But we have standardized it in such a way that you go to our website, you are able to fill in the specific data breach or whatever privacy breach you want to complain of. It's already standardized, and then you can serve it like a quit notice that you have taken from the court. You can imagine if every landlord will have to approach a court even just to serve a quit or an ordinary quit notice. But in the first instance on yours, you can get the forms from the court, and once the affected persons receive it, it has almost like the authority. But the only step we have taken it further is that it helps us also to track, because as you are serving it, as you are doing that, you are also putting us on notice. And then there is a time period within which you must be able to comply with whatever it is that the data subject is complaining of. So ultimately, that helps in terms of remediation. And once you are able to, it doesn't mean that you need to do whatever the data subject is asking you to do, but then to respond if there is anything to respond to. And once you have their data, is their property, at least you owe them that duty to be able to tell them that you don't have this, you can lay this claim, or you cannot lay the other claim. So basically, that is what I can add to what Mr. Olumide has said.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you for that addition, Mr. Bambuye. There's a question for you in the comment section. I will have said we'll leave it to question and answers, but then maybe we'll just take it anyway. I don't know if you can see it from the comment section there. It says, my name is Jonah Unadozie, ITGRC consultant from Digital Jewels Africa Limited. I have some questions for Barrister Babasile Bambuye. The last workshop in Abuja in August, there was an expectation that the schedules in the gate will be deliberated on, and by October, they will be published officially for use by DPCOs and DCPMI. We have not had any traction on that aspect so far. Can we get a word on that? I want to believe you talked about this earlier, but then just in case Mr. Unadozie was not in then, or you want to add anything to what you said earlier on about gate. Mr. Bambuye, please, you have the floor, sir. We're trying to see how we can wrap this up in 20 minutes. So if you can just make our answers short going forward, since we still take questions as well. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. As I speak, if not little interventions that we have to do like this, I would actually be on the guide as well. So the guide will come out. We are looking at it coming out this month, actually. I don't want to say even by this next week, because today is Friday already. But you see, we keep having engagements and engagements and engagements that are very important, like yours, really to attend to. And so invariably it will come out. It's in our own interest as well as a commission, as a country, to get it out within this month, without doubts.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Bamboy. I trust that also answers your question, Mr. Onadozie. Talking point 6, yeah, okay, I think at this point, like Mr. Olumide recommended, I might be bringing you up now, Rock. Mr. Rock Adote, please, if you're in. The talking point 6 here addresses emerging technologies and regulatory frameworks. You know, technologies like AI, Internet of Things, and blockchain are transforming the digital landscape. How should we regulate these emerging technologies? You know, that's the talking point there. But the particular question, which Rock I would love you to respond to at this point, and of course, if Mr. Olumide or Mr. Bamboy still want to add to it, by all means, how can policymakers address risks associated with new technologies while encouraging innovations? From you are in that space, Mr. Adote. You play in the space of, you know, emerging technologies and all of that. Of course, you've also worked with regulatory agencies as well, you know, even until now. So what would be your response to this question? How can policymakers address risks associated with new technologies while encouraging innovation? You have the floor, Mr. Rokadote.
Thank you, Ben. In terms of new technologies and the risk, there's nothing new that Mr. Bamboy has actually said a lot about it.
Sorry, I don't think, is it me or is it Rock's connecting device is not audible?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Mr. Olumide, can you hear him now?
Can you hear me? Is it better?
Okay, better. Okay.
I can actually hear him too. I think it's from your end, Mr. Olumide.
Okay, so what Mr. Bamboye said, I've been following the discussion, and I would just like to add that from our own end, what we see regularly is just trends through which cyber criminals have exploited, new ways through which they exploit data from their targets. And one of the biggest reasons for this, there are threefolds: one, from individual perspective; two, from businesses; three, from government. From businesses, we've seen more of shadow IT being the biggest problem when it comes to the risk most companies will face as they integrate new technologies. From governments that rely on technology as an enabler for their vital operations, we've also seen some of the dangers of AI, like ChatGPT. There was a case study where people were able to create crafted strings to put into ChatGPT prompts for it, and it brought out it disclosed sensitive data it's not supposed to disclose. You're seeing situations like most banks now, they are resorting to WhatsApp banking. And WhatsApp banking alone, we've actually conducted VAPT that has actually brought out unique vulnerabilities that can enable a potential attacker have access to customers' accounts with because that's, I don't want to call the bank name because of what the NDA signed, but these are some of the emerging cybersecurity concerns we've actually seen. From a policy perspective, I will use this opportunity to give it to NIDA. We are working with NIDA at the moment. We are working with Ahmed Yahuza with their cybersecurity department alongside with other agencies. They are doing a lot. As we are in this meeting, the 3MTT training is ongoing. And the 3MTT, that's the 3 million talents training, is ongoing, where they're training capacity building for over 30,000 Nigerians in terms of artificial intelligence, tech-related skills. This is something that should be applauded and encouraged. They are also doing artificial intelligence and Cisco training, where anybody in this meeting can actually register and show. So in terms of Nigeria is really not doing bad, but you cannot stop technology advancements. That's just the truth. You can't stop it. from our own end, and the biggest problem in terms of regulation and the risk is that I don't still see that regulatory will. For instance, in what BD is just saying, when it talks of the remote data breach reporting system, I know I've been part of that with you guys. It's still not working like Action Fraud UK. That's the biggest problem. So you need to have a system. It goes beyond you reporting, I've been breached, I've been hacked. You just fill a form and you don't even have the hope that your money will come back to you. You understand? If you need to, it has to be a multi-agency cooperation and collaboration. As you're putting reporting your use case, is it validating your BVN, checking your accounts, knowing if it's false reporting, if it's actually a legitimate case that you're reporting, you're not just using another person's identity to report an incident. Do you understand? Because if you don't do that, you cannot even get the public trust from a society where we forgive me, I'm just being particular and specific to Nigerian use cases. You understand? You won't even get that public trust because people believe I will report and nothing will happen. Do you understand? So we still need that collaboration at that regulatory level, and it's not just what one person or what an NBC can do or what just NIDA can do. It has to be a collaboration between NIDA, NDBC, NIMC, CBN, Bankers Committee. Do you understand? And also the police. So once you have this kind of systems in place, now you're talking of real collaboration. Okay, look at the trend now that is happening to most Nigerians. Let me go from the individual perspective. We are seeing more of ATO, account takeover, on social media. Social media now is becoming even you, Ben, I think you have been a victim of that thing now. You've reported it to me before. Do you understand?
It wasn't,
so
it was someone I knew.
You understand? So ATO is something that we are seeing. It is still hitting us as we are in this meeting now like this. You understand? And people still ask, how do ATO happen? So I will also use this opportunity to commend NIDA, because I know in some of the few cases we've handled, they were able to reach out to Meta, and Meta was able to resolve it, both in terms of fake news, both in terms of misinformation, both in terms of cyber criminals exploiting Nigerians' identity for crime. Because one of the unique cases we've seen is that when people take over your social media accounts, they start going to your addresses and start soliciting for funds as if you are sick. These are our own unique cases. It doesn't happen in other places because they have institutions that actually checkmate these things. So these are some of the areas we need to look at, and these are what we are seeing in this part of the world. Thank you.
Wow, that was explosive. Thank you so much, Rock. Thank you so much for that. I don't know if Mr. Bamboy or Mr. Olumide wants to just, add one or two things to that. We are almost out of time. We should be wrapping up now. We still have about 2 talking points, but I might just gloss over them. I don't know if Mr. Olumide or Mr. Bamboy wants to add anything to what Mr. Rokadote just said. Just in case you're muted.
I think Mr. Bamboy can just wrap it up, but on my own, and just something just to make us laugh. I always feel that, the doomsday prophecy about AI taking over the world, and then we human beings are endangered species. I always naturally feel that it will start from the place of a personal data breach. So perhaps an AI is just going to take up your identity and then go around the world. All right, becoming a dictator.
Almost anything is possible, though. As they say, if you can think it, the fact that you can imagine it means it's actually possible. But I guess all the relevant things that need to be done are what we will keep doing or striving to do. Thank you. Okay, I don't think Mr. Bamboy, I don't think he wants to add anything to that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. What I would just say, I think that was a boat rocking intervention from Mr. Rock, but quite interesting. From our own point of view, the law cannot be too exact. We can only talk from a prescriptive point of view, prescribe that certain principles that For instance, under the principles of data protection, that you must keep data secure at all times, no unauthorized access, and all of those. We cannot tell you, for instance, that you should deploy ISO 27001 or ISO 27701, or you should use NIST standards, or you should use any specific standard. But if that is where, again, if you saw the guidance notice on the registration of DCPMIs, what we prescribe that at the high level, we recognize all of these, that you should be able at least to secure your processes, your people, and your technology with whatever you want to, with whatever tools that you have or that you could lay hand on. If you do not have the capability to secure data, don't take the data. And that is why data minimization comes in. You don't say, for instance, you operate an agency. Let's say, look at let's even illustrate with what's happening now in Guinea. Is it Guinea now? Equatorial Guinea, right? Look at that incident. Yes, the only reason those tapes got out was because there was no protocol appropriately in place. They didn't have appropriate tools to be able to see what was in the tools. Not like anybody could just put his personal system and then it gets out. But if the appropriate technology, appropriate technical and organizational measure is in place, right? Those things will not get out. That doesn't mean they won't be punished, but they should be punished within the confines of the law, not a situation whereby families generally are destroyed because of the indiscretion of one or two individuals in a compromising position. They have families that are now out there. And so from the point of view of regulation, we look at prescribing the highest attainable standard in certain cases, where all that you collect, and if you cannot protect sensitive data with the appropriate mechanism, then you limit yourself to what is not sensitive data, because as soon as you collect a particular data set, the obligation to protect that data at the highest level, for instance, in microfinance bank, you cannot say you can protect data appropriately like the GT banks of this world or Zenith Bank of this world. You are collecting that data. You must deploy the technology that those other people, like even Citibank in New York, we use to protect that data. So that is what we can do from the regulatory point of view. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that feedback, Mr. Bamboye. Now, we're wrapping up very quickly now. We have just two more talking points. I'll just, I won't direct this to anyone in particular, but I'll just prefer the answers can be within 1 minute, preferably, so we can take our questions and answers as well. Now, the next one there looks at the role of the national cybersecurity agencies in compliance enforcement. And my quote here will be, enforcement is key for compliance with digital safety regulations. But what methods or penalties are effective for ensuring compliance with digital safety regulations, especially in complex digital landscapes? A lot of times we talk about penalties, but then have they really been effective? The ones that apply so far, are they not a bit ambiguous? What methods? And I'll rather not take this from the regulator perspective. I'll rather take this from, should I say, the other stakeholders now, either Mr. Bidebi Olumide or Mr. Rokadote. Either of them. Let's hear what you have. Then maybe Mr. Bamboye can just give a feedback to that as well. Yes. So what methods or penalties are effective for ensuring compliance with digital safety regulations, especially in complex digital landscapes? You have the floor, gentlemen.
From my end, to give response to that, I will start with the challenges. Some of the unique challenges with compliance and enforcing most of all these penalties. You cannot enforce what you cannot see or you don't have visibility into. Because first, you have emerging technologies, you have businesses integrating these emerging technologies in their operations. What is happening with most like SMEDA now, what is happening with most government agencies? Most government agencies are enabling micro, small, medium enterprises with technology. They are enabling them with kiosk applications, applications they can use to manage their finances. You're seeing small ERPs. Government is encouraging the adoption of these ERPs. You understand? You're seeing people, even UBA, they're even making it, banks are making these things part of their corporate social responsibility, because they are the ones that actually interface with most of all these agencies, medium, small businesses. So they're even making it part of their corporate social responsibility to enable these Nigerian businesses with tech, with cutting small edge tech with minimal learning requirements. How does government have visibility into how these people use and process Nigerian data? One of the biggest problems we've also seen is that if your phone gets bad now, you take it to the phone shop, they are screening your phone and they're having access to your HR data. If you don't have a BYOD policy that regulates the use of corporate data on your mobile phone, you're exposing data. That's how most of us have most of all this leakage. So you cannot even enforce what you don't have visibility into. These are just unique use cases. Don't mind these unique use cases. But when you're coming to big companies, I will use this opportunity to also commend NDBC. Banks have been compliant with data protection regulation these days, and they're actually enforcing fines. That's the truth. BD, you know our case with banks, with some of the banks you guys have handled. If they breach, if they fail, NDBC will hit you hard. One of the one area we also use this opportunity to applaud their commitment is in the recent leak of, there was a case where an organization had access to NIN data of Nigerians and they were using it. I think, Mr. Babatunde, your office actually even brought out you came on social media, you said it publicly. You understand it? So it had the highest level of investigation in that case. That is commendable. People are saying that you guys are working. People are saying that if you use our data, abuse our data, marketize Nigerian data, you will be penalized. In that area, there's visibility. In that area, there's enforcement. But when you're bringing emerging technologies, most government agencies that have the funds now, even private businesses, they are not using antivirus. They're not using antivirus. They are using unified endpoints, cloud service cybersecurity solutions that give the OEMs visibility into their data in the cloud, monitor their endpoints. Those informations are hitting Mexico, hitting their servers before they come back to you. How does NDPC want to see those data? Are they enabled? Have they been given the finance? Do we have a global security operations center that monitor all the insights, the log analysis, the security analysis? These are emerging technologies. They don't have visibility into it. So first, you need to arm them. They have to be the wheel. You need to finance them. You need to educate them. You need to upskill the teams. So don't forgive me, you know me, I'm talking from this is what we do almost every day in Haversoft. So that's what I'm giving you as it is happening. I'm telling you, I can tell you almost everything NIDA is doing, almost everything these guys are doing, because we work with them in Abuja. So you need visibility. You cannot enforce what you don't even know, what you can't even see, what is even happening. There's a rumor that China has almost all our NI and all our data. And what am I even saying? Last week, they arrested them now. They arrested Chinese nationals in, I say 147 of them in cybercrime. They're in, it's on the news. You understand? So Nigeria is not really doing that bad. But as we see more emerging technologies coming up, enforcement might not be quick, but trust me, I believe we're in the right path to get it right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Rock, for that. Mr. Bangboye, let me hear feedback from us. I'm very interested in your feedback, sir.
All right, thank you once again, Rock, for that, for acknowledging the modest efforts that we have made. From our point of view, agencies need to collaborate. There is not just one agency would have visibility in all aspects. There are things that will be happening in the banking sector that the CBN would see first, and before we would even see it from our own end. there are things happening in, let's say, the telecommunication sector as well that the NCC will see first before it gets to us. Then the FCCPC is also there. But you see, like I said, this thing is emerging. Even in the US, in Europe, everywhere, there are breaches happening. But once you add these emerging technologies into that space, the risk also doubles as well. So what do we do in terms of regulation? We prescribe that if you are going to deploy emerging technologies, we still keep going back to the same issues of what preliminary work have you done in terms of securing personal data? And again, who are those that will be using this data? He mentioned something that is really very vital, that SMEs. Now, you recall our registration, some people actually took us on that, oh, SMEs, these are people you shouldn't really bring into the space. But for crying out loud, these guys, even for you using, let's say, for you even using social media to market your business, and then you are collecting the data of people from that social media point of view, and everybody is added, they can see things. You can enable, you are actually taking data out of Nigeria. We were in a conference yesterday where somebody told us that some people, they have access to our data, they take it out of the country, and before you know it, they have developed products that fit our markets even before our own entrepreneurs come to know about it. For instance, you guys are in the tech space. If you are going to develop solution, why you are even still thinking about the solution? Some people are already with the data to develop. They've even done it. They know, they understand it. Our own guys don't have access to this data. They don't even have access to this problem. So what the regulators are doing in this regard is to make sure that let us have that visibility in the first instance. But regardless of even the visibility, knowing full well that not everybody, it's not at every point in time that even if you have all the visibility, you may still not be able to control it. People will go out there. I have given consent anyway. So we are prescribing a very high standard that even in some cases, consent must not be given. There was a big big data company that we brought to Nigeria under investigation. They wanted to engage with us, and I said, no, online, you have to come down to Nigeria. We must investigate. As a matter of fact, if we are not interested in people coming out of Nigeria, we are actually interested in you having people on ground who can answer our questions. Not every time that there is a problem, then you have to fly from Seattle or wherever you are coming from. That doesn't help our regulatory space appropriately, but you must come. Now, we are interrogating how they use data, how they process data, how they enable unlawful activities. Now, what have we done? Recognizing that cybersecurity or emerging technologies, they use existing infrastructure, legacy infrastructure, like the telecommunication. Now, the IP address will not work, or a cyber attack will not take place if a certain IP address is online. I mean, I don't know, maybe I get that across appropriately. If you don't have the capability, the telecommunication capability, which is the legacy infrastructure, you will not be able to carry out that attack. Now, if you are engaged in all this type of attack, we are now going after those who provide that legacy platform that enables it. So if this happened through this IP address, therefore, any device that is connected to this automatically should be suspended by evidence, not just a concept, not just a conjecture. Let me use the examples of the loan sharks. The loan sharks are really very invasive today because there is telecommunication. That is, your data is their collateral. Now, if they are not enabled telecommunication-wise, they will not be able to invade the privacy of people unlawfully. Therefore, who are those guys that provide the telecommunication service for them? These are the people that can easily be regulated. Some of these digital on-lending platforms, they are not even based in Nigeria. They only have boys or girls that harass others who don't even know who their directors are somewhere. So, but then they have phones, they have what they use. Now, we have put it in the gate that if your platform is enabling, is being used to enable, perpetration of crimes, therefore, you will be liable if you have been told that your platform is being used this way and you took no measure against it. So by the time you begin to restrict searching, this NIN cannot register a phone number, it cannot register anything, then that becomes a problem. On and on like that, we will be able to sanitize the system. So it takes a lot of engagement. It takes a lot of, a lot of interventions, and it takes a lot of education from not only the government, as the case may be, but also people like your organization going out there and, telling people what they must avoid from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that again, Mr. Bamboye, and of course, Mr. Rokadote for the earlier intervention. So at this point, we're just going into the last one. Please let's keep the answers short. I think I might be throwing this final point to Mr. Olumide again, even as we wrap it up. And we're looking at enhancing regional cooperation for collective digital safety. Some of it has been talked on earlier on, but then maybe we just close out with this. So my quote here is, finally, regional cooperation can be instrumental in enhancing digital safety. The question here will be, what existing regional organizations or alliances could play a role in strengthening collective digital safety, and what resources are most needed? Now we're looking at it from the regional side. Now, what exists in the regional organization digital resources are more what? So basically, let me start with the as we.
I must confess, I lost a little bit of that question. I don't know whether it's my internet or others' internet, but what question would that be again, please, if you could repeat?
Oh, it's an internet, it's a cybersecurity breach.
A cybersecurity breach, you mean?
Breach.
We need to be sure that you're
all right, so let me take that again. So basically, we're looking at
you're still human and that we're not speaking to a bot.
Exactly. But can you hear me now, Mr. Olumide? Can you confirm you can hear me, Bidemi?
Yeah, I can hear you, GB. I can.
Okay, so let me ask again then. So I said, finally, regional cooperation can be instrumental. Of course, that's the final and the final analysis of everything. So what existing regional role in strengthening collective digital safety, and what resources are most needed, whether existing already or need to start existing? So basically, what are those things? So just help us wrap this up with this before we go into the question and answer session.
Just under 1 minute, I think I would just touch on, and I think because we have really dealt much on this in the course of the conversation, so perhaps I'll just give about 7 nuggets on this issue. Number 1 nugget, that's recurring, and that's where we started from as a country, and that is public-private partnerships. It must cut across. Government must find a way. And when you say region, and I assume you're speaking of Africa, they must embrace the Nigerian template of the public sector and the private sector working together in this space. Number 2 is harmonized regulation. Can you hear me well? Am I audible enough, please?
Yes, there was a bit of a glitch, but I think you're audible now. We lost you. You had a bit of a glitch earlier. But just go on, please. Just go on.
A minute or two. So I've just provided summaries on the basis of my jottings earlier, right? Because we had touched on this earlier. So I said number 1 is public-private partnerships taking the Nigerian example of how we've decided to address the issues around data security. Number two, I think Dr. Bamboye and I spoke on that earlier in terms of regulations harmonized, right? And then being a bit sensitive to, our cultural inclinations, right? And on the back of that harmonized regulations is the issue of cooperation. There must be increased cooperation. There's increased cooperation by increased information sharing, right? Increased experience sharing, and all of that. Then I think some of the other issues we also touched on include having a formidable incident response or a formal incident reporting framework. The formalized incident reporting structure we currently have under the rules for the 72 hours reporting that Mr. Bamboye spoke about might not be sufficient in engendering the culture of compliance with
I don't know if it's my network there, but please can you...
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. I don't know, but I lost it for a bit. I just wanted to be sure it's on my network. But I think we got your points there, though. I think you were making the final point.
So, and of course, the last one really is much of what we've talked about. That is education and capacity building. And I think I also shared the comment. Not the last one, education and capacity building. And of course, the last one really, again, is increased investment. So I shared the sentiments of the sentiments in the chat box that, look, we need to invest more, although his intervention is in the area of we owning our own cloud infrastructure, but there needs to be increased investment. So in summary, again, what I said were public-private partnerships, harmonized regulations, right? Harmonized regulations across the region, increased cooperation by information sharing. I talked about increased capacity building, i.e. education. And lastly, I concluded with increased investments in the soft and hard infrastructure that is needed in this space. We cannot have the, what you call the data sovereignty or the autonomy we so much speak about if we're also not investing where our peer countries are investing in owning our own satellites, in owning our own cloud-based infrastructure for processing and collecting data. So again, I think the comment was made by Mr. Jonah Nnadozie, and I agree absolutely with that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Olumide. And I guess I wouldn't, Mr. Jonah Nnadozie's comment there specifically, he said, till we tilt towards investing and having our own indigenous cloud services, we will always be vulnerable. Thank you for that insight, Mr. Jonah. I think Mr. Olumide already spoke a bit into that as well, in terms of the need to invest, and not just for our time, our energy, our resources, if you are to really see that, that future we desire. So at this point, we've overshot our time by a bit, but I don't know if there are any questions. I'm looking at the comment section. I can't see any questions. If you have any, you might want to signify by just raising a hand so we can unmute you and you can speak. So I'm looking the next 1 minute. If there are any questions, if I don't see any questions, we'll just move along because of our time. I trust this session has been very insightful. Of course, as panelists, Mr. Bamboye Babatunde, Mr. Bidemi Olumide, and Mr. Rokadote, who joined us from another panel session. It's been a very, very interesting one. And I'll just quickly give my summary. That's while I still wait for questions, that is. I still don't see any now. Moderator, please help me look around in case, in case there's any other question. Maybe there's a hand I'm missing. I don't think there's any. Now, my wrap up, or basically my own quick reviews from today's takeaway, or the key takeaways rather from this discussion will be: number one, that a comprehensive regulatory framework for digital safety in Africa, it requires a multi-layered approach that addresses infrastructure, emerging technologies, and vulnerable populations. And number two will be that standardizing policies across the continent will involve overcoming unique challenges, but can enhance overall security. Then number 3 will be that cross-sector collaboration, that is collaboration between the governments, not just, across different jurisdictions, that is, the private sector and the civil society will be critical in creating effective regulation. And of course, finally, that regional cooperation and harmonized regulations can strengthen digital safety through shared resources and collective strategies. I'm very grateful to all our speakers today, our panelists, of course, Bidemi Olumide, Babatunde Gbamiboye and Rock Adote for sharing your expertise and your detailed insights. And I also like to thank you, all our attendees, for participating and contributing to this important conversation. I recognize you especially, Mr. Jonah Nadozie, for your comments and your comments earlier on your questions as well. In the absence of any other questions, we hope you found this session insightful. And of course, this session actually inspires you to take action in supporting digital safety frameworks across Africa. Have a great rest of the day, and we look forward to seeing you again at our future ADSC sessions. Thank you. And at this point, I'll be adding over to our host, Olatunde Oladeji. Thank you so much. My name is Olubenga Shile again. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olubenga Shile. Thank you so much for this impactful session. I want to say thank you to our panelists, Mr. Babatunde Gbamiboye, Mr. Bidemi Olumide, and Mr. Rock Adote. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate everybody who also stayed behind to listen, ask questions, and interact with this particular panel session. Like I stated earlier, the recordings for yesterday's session is available on our YouTube channel, and the link is already in the chat box. This session will also be available on our YouTube channel by tomorrow morning. So please, you can go back, listen, and be inspired to, be a fighter and a change maker in our digital privacy space in Africa. This program, Africa Data Security Conclave, is hosted by Adsc Technologies Limited, supported by Tax Information Services Limited, Tax Global Logistics Limited, 21 Search Limited, and the NDP Academy. For people who think that, they do not have any trainings on data security, who are looking to start a journey or career in data security, we offer trainings via the NDP Academy to train people to be knowledgeable in data protection. We have 2 classes, the Foundations and Practitioners classes, and the final classes for this year will be coming up this November, 21st and 22nd, and 27th and 28th. For more inquiries, you can send an email to our email address at info@ndpacademy.ng. And also we render compliance services on data protection. And now, you can comply with the directives given by the commission. As Gbamiboye has said, we render those services, and you can contact us at dataprotection@taxaid.com.ng. We sincerely thank everybody for being a part of this event. We look forward to having you contribute actively in digital privacy space and how to protect vulnerable persons and vulnerable systems in the African digital space. Thank you once again for joining this session. My name is Olatunde Oladeji, and I'm the host of this event. Thank you very much once again, and have a blessed weekend ahead. Bye.